What system is this?
You're all here for one purpose. To decide once and for all which of you is the ultimate hero. The battle begins now.
Rorschach's journal. Appear to have been abducted by alien species to battle fellow costume heroes on their home world.
I refuse to fight for the entertainment of an alien species. Would not be the first time. I'm sorry, Jim.
Spark!
Does anyone else agree to die?
I don't want to die. I want to live.
Fight!
The unexpected.
Adamantium cuts vibranium.
Damn it! I failed fictional chemistry.
Stay.
Oh, you're so lucky you don't have a brother.
Tell me about it. I'm an orphan and a widow. Christmas at my place.
Sup? We're the real Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh no, wait! I'm not an alien, I'm human! I want this helmet to come off!
I am Groot.
Just my luck. The wrong planet at the wrong time.
So satisfying.
This belongs in a museum. That's why I shoot first. Time to die, replicant. How dare you, sir? Get off my playing field.
I'm coming, Scarlet. Just give me 12 days to get there. I hate bugs.
Puny human. Autobots, roll out.
So, it's down to us then. Please.
Dude, I'm blind.
Beat me up real slow, Scotty. What the hell was this all about?
A hero is only as good as the villain.
¿Qué pasa?
Arise, warrior. The battle is about to begin.
Who's your daddy?
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to The Raging Tomato. I'm bringing to you live a special debate this evening for our May the 4th be with you. I decided, you know, what's going to bring all the nerds together on this evening? And, well, it's going to be comic books, right? So I hope you enjoyed the intro. It's a little bit of everything all mixed into one. But this evening I have the one and only Bruce Wayne, also known as Craig McNeil, from FTFE.
I'm not Bruce Wayne. Oh, no way. I've looked in on the... yeah, you know what that says? I'm definitely not Bruce Wayne. Oh, no way.
And I also have Ryan the Radical Coder, also known as the Hulk, but is presenting as Shrek this evening. But we're going to let that one pass because you know what? I'm all about it. We're fun. We're nerding out. It's going to be a great time. The question this evening... Oh my God, you guys are killing me. The question this evening is DC versus Marvel. Who would win a crossover war and a culture war between the two? I'm going to allow Batman, the first with your opening statement, please.
Well, it's I had Alfred prepare a statement for me. Okay, guys, let's just stop pretending this is a fair fight, right? If DC and Marvel ever went toe to toe in a no holds barred crossover war, it wouldn't be a battle. It would be a slow, poetic execution. DC would wipe the multiversal floor with Marvel, and they do it with style, philosophy, and a level of cosmic power that makes Marvel heroes look like background NPCs in a cutscene they don't quite understand. Marvel might dominate the box office, but DC is the mythology. Superman's not just a hero, he's a symbol of hope, morality, and the alien within us. Me? Well, I'm the most psychologically layered character in comic history. I'm the guy with no powers who still walks into a room full of gods and tells them what to do. Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Flash, Green Lantern, the Justice League, they're literally a pantheon. Each hero a metaphor for the facet of human existence. And then there's Dr. Manhattan. Marvel doesn't have a Manhattan. They don't have a being who is essentially omnipotent, who perceives time non-linearly, whose very existence forces you to ask, what is free will? Dr. Manhattan knows how every crossover would end before it begins. He doesn't just break the fourth wall. He looks at it with indifference while constructing a new universe out of it. Thanos needed a glove full of stones and a speech about balance to pretend to be a god. Manhattan, he's just one. He snaps his fingers, not just to destroy, but because he's already seen the outcome and simply wants to play it out again. And you want to talk iconic? DC characters are the cultural icons. Superman's S is the second most recognized symbol on Earth after the Christian cross. The Joker's the most quoted villain in cinematic history. Batman, well, I'm more successful. I've had more successful renovations than Wolverine's had origin stories. These characters are not just superheroes, they're archetypes. They define what it means to be a hero, a villain, a god, a monster, and a human. Marvel's greatest strength is reliability, but DC gives you aspiration. They show you what it means to be something more in a war between the two. DC wouldn't just win, they'd win while delivering a monologue written by Alan Moore, scored by Hans Zimmer, and narrated by Morgan Freeman, while a single tear rolls down my unblinking eye. So yeah, DC isn't just better, DC is inevitable.
Thank you, Batman, and to you, Hulk.
Thank you. Very happy to be here. I'm really curious what all you comic book freaks are doing in my swamp, but that's something we'll figure out later. So, first of all, I just want to say I'm sorry that Craig couldn't make it tonight. I really appreciate him. I'm glad Batman could show up and take his place. But I do have a lot of work. I have a lot of respect for the work Craig does. He's been out here for years dismantling disinformation with sharp, well-articulated scientific explanations. Whether it's flat Earth or fake physics, he's always fighting for truth, and that matters. And it's why both of us have gone toe-to-toe with bad faith actors on modern-day debate, probably more times than either of us can count, or on many debate panels. Craig's domain is science. Mine tends to be a little bit more on the cultural side, although I am a computer science fan. He'll tackle the moon landing denial, and I'll tackle the idea that feminism is destroying dating. But at the core, we're both standing up for reality, for facts, because facts don't care about your feelings. And tonight, I'm here to correct Batman's feelings-based assertion that DC is somehow better than Marvel. So let's talk about power. In a crossover war, Marvel doesn't flinch. You bring Superman, we bring the Sentry, Bob Reynolds, powered by 1 million exploding suns and unstable enough to actually use it. And if you really want to talk apocalyptic scale, Marvel's got Franklin Richards, literally creating universes before breakfast, and Owen Reese, the Molecule Man, who holds the entire multiverse together in canon. You want to invoke Dr. Manhattan? Marvel's already fought and rewritten those odds. But power on its own isn't the point. That's where DC gets stuck. The real war is the culture war, and that's where Marvel absolutely smashes. See, DC heroes float above the world. Marvel heroes live in it. Peter Parker doesn't just miss rent. He juggles grief, guilt, exams, and the unshakable belief that with great power comes great responsibility. Miss Marvel struggles with identity, not just superpowered, but cultural, spiritual, generational, diasporal. Luke Cage doesn't fight aliens. He fights displacement, developers, cops, real threats with real consequences. You want to know how deep Marvel goes? Let's talk about the most recent Daredevil show. In the latest one, he's up against Wilson Fisk, as always, aka the Kingpin, a violent, narcissistic crime boss who somehow manipulated the system, dodged accountability, and became mayor. Sound familiar? A corrupt, bald, mobbed-up New York figure with a felony record and a talent for authoritarian bluster. That's not subtle. It's deliberate. Kingpin is Donald Trump. And Daredevil's resistance doesn't come from lasers or flight. It comes from community organizing, from building solidarity, from fighting corruption in the courts, the streets, and the press. Marvel doesn't just give you power fantasies, it gives you moral frameworks. And no team embodies that better than the X-Men. For decades, they've stood at the crossroads of every civil rights fight, from anti-mutant hysteria to immigration panic to queer visibility, different writers, different eras, but always the same heartbeat: the right to exist, the right to belong, the right to fight back. The X-Men don't just reflect the marginalized, they reflect the evolution of our justice movements. They're not just metaphors or archetypes, they're mirrors. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Why is this guy dressed like Shrek? Well, first of all, I'm not. I'm the Incredible Hulk. And you better stop calling me Shrek before I get angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry. But also, yeah, I have layers. Because that's what the Hulk is. Rage and reason. Monster and man. A story about living with the chaos inside you without letting it define you. That's why Mark Ruffalo works so well as the Hulk. Because he's lived that tension. He talks about wrestling with his own anger, grief, and trying to make peace with it. Hulk isn't evil, he's human, and Marvel lets him grow, lets him be loved, lets him heal. Batman uses trauma to build tanks and beat up mentally ill patients and lock them up instead of rebuilding mental health care systems or addressing wealth inequality. Marvel doesn't just show us what power looks like, it shows us what we do with it, how it breaks us, how it builds us, how we use it to stand beside the people who need it most. So who wins the crossover war? Marvel, by sheer force of imagination, scale, and storytelling muscle. But who wins the culture war? Marvel again, because they've earned it, because their heroes don't just fly above us, they walk among us and still choose to fight.
Thank you, Hulk. And just a kind reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we will be opening the panel after this throwdown gets finished up. Of course, as always, bonus points and priority to anyone who dresses up or goes all out. You will have first priority to the open panel. Outside of that, gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Oh, sorry, just 1 second. Hello? Yeah, no, I'm not available. Just get one of the Robin. Yeah, no, the new one. He's pretty good. Yeah, he's like a ninja dude. Yeah, no, Gotham Bank's fine. I'm busy. All right, I've got to go. Right. Yeah, all right, Gordon. Bye. Sorry about that. My bad. Some at a bank, some bank in Gotham, and I've trained some children in and given them some combat armor or a leotard. It'll be fine.
Sounds right.
Ryan, is your internet getting shaky or is it just me?
Oh no, I just I altered the Bruce Wayne satellites to disrupt his EMP field. So
yeah, how dare you? I didn't notice, but it might be. Is it better now?
You're just looking a little pixelated. Getting there. Yeah, getting there. Yep, you're good.
No.
Well, no, maybe. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. We'll play it out. Anyways, gentlemen, the floor is open.
Yeah, it does feel a little. Oh, okay.
So you think the Sentry could
yeah,
beat Superman? Do you?
Yeah, I think he'd be willing to. I think Superman would try not to kill the Sentry, and Sentry would send him to the Void, and it'd be over. Rewrite reality.
Well, the Sentry tries to control the Void, but see, Superman, yeah, that whole not killing thing, Zack Snyder ruined that. So Superman's got no problem with killing. So what he'd do is he'd fly up Sentry near the sun and snap his neck and just leave him floating off in the distance. Poor little Sentry. Superman, right? He can travel across the entire
universe. I would do that from the Void.
Well, Superman could just get out of the Void. Have you heard of Superman Prime? Superman Prime is so strong, he can punch apart a multiverse. You think that a Void could keep him there? God. That's on a Krypton. No Void's going to keep him still.
I mean, if he is anything like the Zack Snyder Superman, as you say, then he's going to be too busy wallowing in the Void. Honestly, he's not. He's going to be there.
Yeah, all right. He's a bit of a crybaby. Woe is me. I'm the last pure person from my planet, but he's really, really strong. And all you got to do is shout something like Martha, and he gets really upset. Did you say that name?
So just to be clear, you're a billionaire with trauma who spends billions on surveillance tech and beating up mentally ill people in alleyways.
Well, it's therapy. It teaches them that don't screw around in Gotham, and I don't kill them anyway. If I leave them beaten up in a bloody mess in the cold, and then they die later on because of hypothermia, I didn't technically kill them. Okay. Just saying.
I feel like there's some philosophical questions about whether or not you actually killed them there. It might be an open question in philosophy, whether or not you actually killed them.
Yeah, well, I've never technically been charged. So it's all good. It doesn't matter.
Well, that's because you got Commissioner Gordon on the payroll. I mean, you've got all this corruption in Gotham, and you're contributing to it.
Look, I keep Gotham safe.
I mean,
okay?
he was Commissioner Gordon had charges, and you dropped them
because I could. Look, at the end of the day, we're keeping Gotham safe from the scum that just happen to all have mental health issues and could probably be helped with some counseling and therapy and maybe some infrastructure put into the city to stop criminals running. But I am the knight. But yeah, so
I'm
do you have a character? What's the fastest character in your Marvel then? Let's talk about that.
Ooh, like a speedster compared to your Flash, who had really just a fantastic multiverse movie. I'm sure that everyone's raving about still. I mean, honestly, the fastest thing that Flash did was race to the bottom of the box office. Like,
I mean, yeah, you guys are good with the movies. I'll give you that. But you know, Michael Keaton, end of story.
He was in the movie. Yeah, you guys brought him back.
Yeah.
We brought John Krasinski as Mr. Fantastic and blew up his head. I mean,
yeah, but who is the fastest? Come on, have you got anyone that you even compare with any of our Flashes?
well, we don't need to. Like, if there, I don't think our speedsters could compete in like a high school race around the track, but we don't need to do that, right? Because we have characters like Franklin
Here, let me tell you a little story about the Flash. There was a group of aliens that wanted to test the speedsters in the universe, and they captured all of them. And they were, if you beat us in a race, we won't destroy your planet. And they were going to destroy Earth, and they captured the Flash. And the Flash said, I can beat you in a race. But these aliens, they can teleport anywhere instantly. And you know what the Flash did? He went faster than instantly and won the race.
That's pretty, I gotta say, that's pretty impressive.
Puppy.
But I mean, if he ran at me, the Incredible Hulk, I would just stand there and he wouldn't even be able to go through me because I'm so strong. And I'd get madder the more he tried to ram into me. So,
well, the Flash has a power called a singularity punch, where he can literally use all of his force into one point. And I saw the Sentry kill you once, so you think the Flash couldn't punch through you?
I was really hoping you hadn't seen that one, but yeah.
Oh, no, I saw the Sentry melt Hulk with his little laser eyes. Don't
yeah, it was pretty embarrassing. I'm sorry about that. Listen, gamma radiation can only do so much, but let's talk about you, Batman, because you do tell gods what to do, but I feel like that's kind of the problem. It's always this top-down lone genius thing. In Marvel, our power is not just about who's strongest. It's about who builds the coalitions. This is why X-Men don't take orders from one guy. They build movements. They debate ideas. They teach the next generation. They don't command.
I mean, apart from Professor X, of course, they take orders from him.
But by like through discussion, through debate, through discourse, through conversation, through community. Through community building, they decide.
The Justice League
and they disagree.
Has communication. In fact, I paid for the communication satellites. It cost several billion. But on the Watchtower, we have communication where I go in and I tell them what to do. That's pretty good communication.
Yeah, but you rigged all of that technology to explode on all of them in custom ways that kill them individually whenever you need to. You're a fascist.
Well, just think about it. If you were someone with no powers and you wanted to keep the people with powers in check, what would you do?
Well, you have the power of infinite money, so you could do anything you want, I guess.
Yeah, well,
except
what
for
I
help
do
the
is
poor.
I find out the weaknesses, and I could find out all of the weaknesses of everyone in Marvel.
What's your weakness, Batman?
I don't have a weakness.
Oh. That's convenient.
Batman has no weaknesses. Sorry, Alfred. 2 sugars, please, Alfred. I like sweet tea. Thank you.
Hang on, I'm texting my mom.
Hulk's mom?
Yeah. I'm texting my mom. What, you don't have a mom or dad?
Why would you say that?
Shots fired.
No. Remember that time when you pissed off all of the heroes on your planet? So they stuck you in a spaceship and shot you into space.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. But I came back, all right? I came back and I caused the next world war. And with me and my buddies, we showed them who's boss, all right? We showed them not to fuck with the Hulk. They won't do that again, tell you what.
So you then destroyed the world. Yeah, good job, hero.
Yeah, that wasn't very heroic of me, I'll give you that.
So, I mean, look, you guys aren't that good, right, over there, Marvel. All it took was some purple dude with a bunch of shiny rocks, and half of you disappeared.
Yeah, but we brought them all back.
Yeah, and how many problems did that cause? Think about what you did, right? Let's just have a scenario here, okay? So Thanos appears, snap, the universe goes, right? So you've got a family with a wife and a husband, but the husband just disappears. And the wife mourns for a couple of years, but after a couple of years, she meets someone else and moves on. 3 years, 4 years later, they're engaged. After 5 years, they're married. Then you, Banner, come along, snap your big paw, and what do? You now have to have a threesome to deal with. You've now got the husband who's reappeared in that front room and watching his wife in the arms of somebody else. What a good job.
Well, I think that what that really does, and I as the one who snapped and brought them back, I feel some sense of responsibility for saving all those lives as well as putting them back into precarious situations. But all of these people coming into love triangles and things like this, like you described, I mean, these are just radically human things to experience. We all have had situations in our lives where there's three's a crowd in a romantic situation, and we have to deal with that. Those are just human things.
Trying to take that Wonder Woman off of me. She's mine.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Yeah.
Wait, what?
Well, wait. I guess that's actually speaking to it, right? Like that's the love triangle, and so you would want stories that analyze those love triangles and with real grounded stakes.
Love triangles. You created devastation. What are you going to tell little Timmy? Daddy's back. You've had a funeral for Daddy.
Would you prefer they stay dead?
Well, maybe for Timmy's mental health. Poor little Timmy.
I mean, well, this is the kind of authoritarian top-down thinking where they decide what family should look like. They need to dictate exactly how the shape of a family needs to be. This is why these fascists over at DC cannot remain in power. No gods, no masters. We are over here at Marvel to bring community against the fascist regime, okay?
Right. Don't you have a bunch of space gods who impregnate planets and kill everybody to make them born? I don't know. That sounds kind of fascist to me.
It is a problem. Okay, we're dealing with the pregnant planets. It's a bit of a, it's probably the most devastating sexually transmitted infection that we have in our universe. These planets.
And when are you going to deal with that Galactus problem going around eating planets?
Well, I'm going to punch him.
You know
but
what
we also have
do?
Franklin
There's
Richards.
A problem with someone eating planets? We call the Green Lantern Corps.
What do you guys do?
Well, I tell the Green Lantern Corps to stop it. I do have a spaceship, and you know what? I'll fly behind the Green Lantern Corps and shout out instructions. Well, then we've got the Red Lantern Corps, the Yellow Lantern Corps, the Blue Lantern Corps, the Purple Lantern Corps, the Pink Lantern Corps, and Larfleeze, but we don't want to call Larfleeze. It's okay.
Well, I mean, first of all, we've defeated Galactus countless times. I mean, it's like the oldest tales.
Oh yeah, I know how you defeated Galactus by turning him into a cloud in the bloody movie.
Well, that was a mistake. All right, but you brought up Green Lantern. Okay, Ryan Reynolds. All right, listen.
I'm sorry, but there was no Green Lantern movie with Ryan Reynolds. Deadpool killed him.
See, this is the problem with DC. They have to constantly wipe the canon every time because they make so many mistakes that they're resetting it every few years. It's a complete factory reset on their entire universe, on their entire multiverse.
Just 2 words: ultimate universe. That's exactly what you guys did.
No, we integrated. Okay, we fused the universe. We brought the universes together post Secret Wars. Okay,
yeah. But you had to exactly. You're talking about resetting universes. Secret Wars. What's that? Doctor Doom just takes bits of what he wants, makes a battle planet.
And then Franklin Richards helps us take care of it. We deal with it and we bring back all the people who matter.
I'll tell you what, Dr. Manhattan could teach Franklin Richards a thing or two about creating universes. In fact, Dr. Manhattan, right, because he got bored, wiped out the whole multiverse and made 52 new universes just to see what would happen.
I mean, Franklin Richards, before he hit puberty, had universes in his pocket.
Yeah, well, do you really want a universe that's been in the pocket of a teenager?
Not necessarily.
That's not
but
a universe
I want
I'd
that
want
power.
to be,
Yeah, probably not.
So, if you want to talk about iconic, though, let's look at Wonder Woman, right? Wonder Woman is the pinnacle of feminism, the pinnacle of women have power. She shows that women don't need men around. All you need is to be a half Amazonian god princess, and you're fine. What have you got on your side that can demonstrate that you don't need no man, just magical powers?
Well, we have plenty of empowered women in the Marvel Universe, okay? Scarlet Witch literally trekked the multiverse, destroying teams of Avengers and Illuminati just one by one, popping heads, and including Mr. Fantastic and the other guy that no one remembers the name of from that one team that no one cares about. But so obviously we have empowered women, and again, they're dealing with real trauma. They're dealing with real things.
Are you comparing the all good feminism to Scarlet Witch, who just likes to pop people's heads?
She doesn't just like to pop people's heads. She's empowered to go trek the multiverse to find her children. And yes, she's the villain of the story. But I mean, you got to respect her endurance. You know, you got to respect her commitment to taking care of her children. She's not looking for Vision to help her.
Wonder Woman and the Scarlet Witch. Who do you think's going to tire out first?
I think Scarlet Witch would just wave her hand, and Wonder Woman would, if she's lucky enough to exist, then she's going to be in a pretty tough spot.
Well, before that's happened, Wonder Woman's got her lasso of truth and just throttled the Scarlet Witch. Game over.
You know what Scarlet Witch is going to say
Woman,
when she gets that lasso
she doesn't
of truth?
mind killing.
When she gets that lasso of truth around her, she's going to go, okay, the truth is I'm about to kill you.
Well, yeah, but then Dr. Manhattan just turns up and it's this game over, you know?
Maybe they can both rewrite reality.
In a battle of raw power, there is just no one that can face off against the absolute monstrosity of powers that have been created by DC. Yeah, Marvel might have your little Superman pastiche. You got your Sentry, you've got your Hyperions, but they're not Superman. They can't travel through the universe at billions times the speed of light. They can't move entire planets away from exploding suns. Superman would destroy Sentry without even breaking a sweat.
I don't know if that's true. I feel like Sentry has the ability to make those kinds of things happen if he wanted to, or if the Void wanted to, which of course he has to deal with. But you know,
Superman doesn't have this evil Void inside of him. As long as we ignore the third Superman movie, which made an evil side of him come out, but that's not technically canon.
See, it's so convenient. Everything that could potentially be bad is not technically canon. It doesn't count. This thing doesn't really matter, but it's sure going to matter whenever they're setting up a desperate multiversal move to compete with Multiverse of Madness. They throw Michael Keaton into the Flash. You know, like it's all desperation with DC. That's what DC stands for, Desperation Corps.
How dare you, as Detective Comics? What does Marvel stand for then? Mad at rats eating liver?
It stands for how when you see us, you marvel at our fantastic abilities, our incredible characters, our amazing fantasies.
Amazing fantasies? Is that why Spider-Man has that white goop? All those fantasies?
Sometimes,
what happens if Spider-Man gets excited when he sees Mary Jane? Does it just come out automatically without thinking?
Listen, okay, he's taking medication for that, all right?
Oh my
God. Now, let's talk about the worst characters in the world then. Who's got a worse character than Squirrel Girl?
Whoa, why is Squirrel Girl out here catching strays? What's wrong with Squirrel Girl?
Her power is
you over here preaching about feminism. Now we're shitting on Squirrel Girl?
No, her power.
What's wrong with her power?
It's squirrels. Squirrels.
What do you got against
I
squirrels,
hate
man?
squirrels. They get into the cave all the time. I have to clean this place out. All the poop. I've got enough with the bat guano. When the squirrels get in, it's just messy. I hate squirrels.
These billionaires, they hate nature. They hate the world you live in. When you walk around the park, you see a squirrel and you think, wow, look at that cute little guy. And he thinks, I need to get rid of that thing. What a disgusting creature, that rodent. Like, this is terrible.
I like rodents. I live in a cave and dress as a bat.
Yeah, but you don't, do you like actually hang out with the bats, or are you scared of them?
Ew, no, gross.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, you know, we've got iconic characters like Arm Fall Off Boy. What have you got that can compare with that?
I actually don't know what that one is. What is this character?
Arm Fall Off Boy from the Legion of Superheroes in the future. His power is he can take off his arm and throw it at people.
That's pretty. I don't know if we can compete with that one. I don't know if we have a single character that's quite as silly and unnecessary as
sometimes falls off, but he doesn't mean it to though. He's not very good.
Yeah, that's a tragedy. We have Stiltman.
What's his powers? He's on stilts.
Stilts, yeah.
You've also got Calendar. Well, no, I've got Calendar Man. Sorry, that's my guy. Ooh.
Can't even keep track of the canon.
There's
too many of them. I know. But you guys better be worried over there with our old James Gunn bringing out the new movies. It's gonna be great. Better be great.
He keeps saying that. He keeps telling everyone on Twitter how great they're gonna be. I'll believe it when I see it. You know.
What about equipment, like between vehicles and flying things and airplanes?
See that there? That's the Bat Plane Mark 14. All right. At the push of a button, wherever I am in the world, within 3 to 4 minutes, that thing will be with me.
I can't compete with that. I don't have a cool ship. I mean, I like you mentioned earlier, I got sent to a different planet on a ship because
Don't you have a billionaire friend?
I got angry. What's that?
Don't you have a billionaire friend?
Yeah, I mean, he has cool ships, but I don't know if any of them are quite as iconic, you know, as any of our I mean, the helicarriers and stuff, like they're cool. But
I'm pretty sure I know the most iconic vehicle in Marvel. Was it the Thanos copter?
Thanos copter, yeah, that's a part in my brain too. Yeah, that's pretty iconic. I'll give you that. I don't know if the Thanos copter, if we put the Infinity Stones in it, it could go toe to toe with a variant of the Batmobile. That'd be pretty fun.
But Batmobile doesn't need any Infinity Stones.
We have the Fantasticar.
The original Fantasticar that was just like a box.
Yeah, exactly.
A box.
What's wrong with what? You see that like as a bad thing?
What's a box going to do against that, eh? I'll put this box on the floor and wheel spin it over it with my Batmobile. What about your character's layers? How iconic are they? Think about me. We've got Batcave. We've got Superman. He's got his Fortress of Solitude. Oliver Queen. He's got he should have called his place the Quiver. That would have worked instead of the Arrow Cave.
That would have been better.
Yeah. Where's your iconic layers then? Avengers Tower. Ooh, corporate. Ooh, good.
Oh, layers. See, I thought you were saying layers, like which we have tons of layers because I mean, Spider-Man, he's not just the spider character, like he also deals with struggling to pay rent on time, the grief of potential of the responsibility that he bears, and the loss of his Uncle Ben, and so this is the thing. Marvel characters are like onions.
Iron Man is.
What's that?
That shows what a douchebag Iron Man is. Iron Man supposed to be his mentor. Why doesn't he bloody pay his rent for him?
You know, he really should. I agree. But coming from you, that's kind of rich, huh?
Well, what do you mean? I built an entire bloody space station for my guys.
Yeah, for your guys, not for your city.
Well, I can't put my city in space. That they wouldn't let me do that. Now,
you think if Daredevil was a billionaire?
What a douchebag, right? He builds himself a nice big power suit. Why don't you build the rest of the Avengers one of them?
He should. Well, he gave. We used the Hulkbuster. I mean, I got to ride in the Hulkbuster whenever I was having performance issues.
Bruce and his performance issue is always funny. Can't get it up when you want, Bruce. Hey.
Listen, we put the brains and the brawn together. All right.
Yeah, and all good he's done, right?
Yeah, he saved the universe. Yeah, with the snap of his fingers.
Caused problems in the universe. Come on, we've talked about that. And he needed magical stones to do that again. God, there's nothing that Marvel can do that can touch what
he helped invent time travel to do it.
The Flash can do time travel whenever he wants. In fact, he does it and screws up reality quite often.
I mean,
look at me. I transformed from Ben Affleck into Michael Keaton and then George Clooney in one movie.
Yeah, that's exhausting. I don't know.
Yeah.
I wish I had more. What is it? Hang on.
I forgot I was muted. What about like the best technology or scientist or something to that degree?
Oh, Reed Richards.
Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, see, even Batman agrees. The best technologist in the multiverse is Mr. Fantastic, the Marvel character from our first family. Yeah, I mean, who can compare?
Mr. Terrific.
How terrific can he really be? If he,
his name's Mr. Terrific, and he's got a T painted on his face. So, I mean, we just have to kind of agree with him, right?
But is he smarter than Reed Richards?
Well, he did create teleportation across the universe, and electronic shields, and he's got his T-spheres that are the most. They're better than my Bat computer. In fact, I'm quite jealous. I've asked him for an upgrade, but he refuses to because he's a bit selfish, really. But his T-spheres are the most powerful computers in existence.
I mean, that's great, and he sounds terrific. And I'll say, like, of all the characters that could compete with Reed Richards, Mr. Terrific's probably certainly one of them. But I mean, like you say, oh, he can teleport across the universe. I mean, Reed Richards discovered multi-dimensional travel. Like multi-universal travel, multiversal travel.
Yeah, and that was a good job, wasn't it? You created bloody Kang the Conqueror.
Well, I mean,
I don't know what I do. I'll invent time travel and how to travel across the multiverse. Oh, great. Now there's an infinite number of these people that want to kill everybody. Good job. You guys just screw everything up and have to fix it. That's
well, you just said that's what the Flash
You had your Avengers, Infinity War, and then Endgame. What was that all about? Screwing everything up in Infinity War and having to fix it in Endgame.
It wasn't screwed up by the heroes. They lost the battle. Sometimes heroes lose. That's real. That's why Marvel's real. We can't always depend on the heroes.
What you mean is
coming to save us. Sometimes we need community organizing. We need to get together and fight the villains ourselves.
The who as the hers. That's all I heard.
She was looking kind of dumb with a finger and a thumb and the shape of an L on her forehead.
Yeah, you got people like Tony Stark and that, and that's the best technology you can get. But we have outer space technology, like the technology in the Owen rings that created the Green Lantern Corps.
Well, where did Adam Warlock come from?
A pod, I think. Wasn't he like a clone?
Yeah. Sort of, yeah. I mean, well, at least in the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, he was created by a legion of super aliens who had like incredible technology, right? Working alongside the High Evolutionary. So, I mean, we have alien tech.
Yeah, but not as good as ours. I mean, if you want to talk about alien tech and intelligent people, the most intelligent being in the entire universe would clearly be Brainiac.
Brainiac would probably outsmart Reed Richards. I'll give you that one for sure. That would be tough. But I don't know if he could take the Maker though, the variant, the evil variant of Reed Richards.
I mean, we just get Superman Prime to deal with him because again, in Superman Prime would just punch multiverses apart. You can just go over to your little part of the multiverse and just gone.
It would be a difficult fight. It'd be a fun fight to watch though. All of these would be. I'd love to see them. I really hope they the movie. If only we didn't have to deal with all these copyrights. If we had some billionaires who could kind of solve these copyright issues, we could actually watch DC and Marvel, go head to head on the big screen. But instead, we've got all this intellectual property that's stuck and under Disney, like Disney, as if Disney came up with Spider-Man, or Warner Brothers invented Batman.
Yeah, well, we don't need to worry about that. I'll just have my lawyers sort it out. To be honest, it'll be fine.
Yeah. As the rich do, they use all this corruption that they take advantage of constantly. They get away with whatever they need to, and the rest of us, the human side, we have to deal with the consequences of their shenanigans.
Not my lawyers, of course. I meant Bruce Wayne's lawyer. I know Bruce Wayne, and I can, I could get his. Because I'm not Bruce Wayne. Just so everybody knows, it would be a. I'm really bad at
Well, everyone knows I'm Bruce Banner. I don't have to hide it. It's already out there, I just deal with it. All right. I'm not over here like shifting around, pretending that I'm not who I am. I know who I am. All right. I know who I am. That's my secret cap. I'm always angry.
Well, maybe you should see a therapist.
Probably should. Maybe you should too, Batman.
Oh, I've seen many therapists. They all quit.
I feel like you beat them up.
No, they can't deal with it. I'm quite a depressed person. It's okay.
It's okay.
No.
It's okay, okay, if you want to talk about it. I'm not that kind of doctor, but like I'm here for you.
What was I going to say?
What about what about synthetic versus natural? Like, Superman was born with his powers. And then like Hulk actually had to, like that was a boo-boo that happened. Something along those lines. Or like Iron Man has had to make his creation.
Yeah, our heroes, they go through real struggles that their powers emerge out of, and that's what shapes them into heroes. They're not just born as these gods of divine justice, like these archetypes, these caricatures of what a hero is. Like they're real people who deal with real conflict internally and externally.
Have you met Barry Allen? Yeah.
But again, it's all him. It's all his own. It's all his own time traveling shenanigans, right?
But he did that because of his real life problems. See, Barry Allen, he's in love and he wants to see his mum again, and it's all about his human connections. And he wasn't.
We're all in love.
He got his powers by being really bad at his job and knocking over a shelf during a lightning storm.
We all have regrets. Doesn't mean we're going to destroy the multiverse by time traveling through it over and over again to fix it. Like we have to live with our regrets. Spider-Man isn't. Well, I mean, he tried to change some things in No Way Home, but he ended up fixing it. Okay, by the end of that movie, he teamed up with the other Spider-Man, and he made it work. All right.
Yeah, you need multiple Spider-Man. You only need one Batman. There is only one Batman, and I'm.
There was 3 Batmans in the last Flash movie. And what's wrong with having a bunch of Spider-Man? I mean, the apex of animation, of Western animation was Into the Spider-Verse and Across the Spider-Verse. Like these are phenomenal films that like broke new ground in animation technique.
DC is the home of comic book animation. We have the most iconic shows, like the Batman shows with Mark Hamill playing the Joker.
I do like Mark Hamill's Joker.
And obviously you have the best animated show in the world, Teen Titans Go.
I haven't actually watched much of that one. I liked Teen Titans when I was younger, but I mean, we have Spider-Man the animated series, X-Men the animated series, and now X-Men 97. We have.
I did grow up watching X-Men 97. Oh,
yeah, great shows. Have you seen the new the expansion like on Disney Plus now?
Yeah, it was very good. Yeah,
I
get Disney.
I've
got a deal with Bob Iger. It's all.
Yeah, love that.
In fact, I've got a lot of shares in Disney. I mean, not
Yeah, I
me.
bet you
Bruce
do.
Wayne does. Look, Bruce Wayne has
Yeah,
a
I
lot
bet
of
he
shares.
does.
He was telling me about it. It's fine.
Yeah, how are those shares doing with all these tariffs that Trump is imposing?
Bruce is a little mad that 25% of the value of his company got wiped off, but he's still got lots of money, so he doesn't really care.
Yeah, exactly. See, he's not really impacted by it. Unlike Spider-Man would be trying to struggle to pay rent and dealing with tariffs, which are attacks on the working class. Okay.
Yeah. We don't have a smart president, do we?
Sure don't.
Bruce Wayne for president. Bruce Wayne 2028.
Well, what's he done for Gotham? Like,
I've filled up the asylum with people that probably could have been dealt with in other ways.
So you want to do that all across America?
Everyone's scared of me in Gotham. Does that help?
You want a president we're scared of? We already have that.
Well, no, wait. Bruce Wayne's not Batman. Oh my God, I am in so much trouble.
This guy.
Yeah, I do enjoy the Marvel movies. All right, Brucey boy. I do enjoy your little fancy movies. But you're never going to touch just the pure, iconicness of DC. If you think of superhero, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? It's that
Spider-Man.
Blue and he's down there. It's the white, blue, and red, all American from another planet, being an immigrant. Actually, Superman. Who do you think of as the one who has to fight against all the odds, that has no power? Me. I am the iconic one. Who do you think of as the main female superhero? It's Wonder Woman. Who brings up the intelligence and the young? And it's Flash. We have. If Avengers went against Justice League, wouldn't even be a fight.
I think it was a fight in the 90s crossover comics. There was a pretty good fight, and they didn't. No one actually won that battle. They ended up kind of fusing in a really weird, bizarre, fun way with the Amalgam comics.
Yeah, the Amalgam comics were a lot of fun.
They were cool. Yeah, that Batman Wolverine was sick.
Yeah, but if we actually fought, I mean, I'll take out Tony Stark in like 5 seconds. I'll just hack into his suit. He's gone. We'll have Superman just fly you into space and chuck you away. No worries. You're dealt with. And then what are we left with? Some dude with a bow and arrow and some chick that can do backflips with a gun.
I think with all of our reality warping Avengers, really, like, by the time that we even started the fight, if we really went head to head, like, none of you guys would even have any powers before the battle. Like, you'd be like running around pooping your diapers and screaming and the Marvel heroes would probably take care of you because they have empathy and they want to make sure that you're all right and they're human.
So are you saying that to win a war you would turn all the Justice League into babies?
To save the multiverse, I'm willing to do damn near anything.
So are you saying that I could have a mommy?
We could bring your mom back. I could, with a snap of my fingers.
Martha!
Man.
Martha! Mommy! I miss your mommy.
Oh my god.
Mom.
Who has the most challenging villains?
Wow.
It's easy to be a superhero if your villains are easy to destroy.
Me personally, I've got a clown with mental health issues.
Oh, that sounds rough.
Yeah, I know it's tough. We're
Is he,
kind of
like, strong?
codependent as well. We exist together, and I need him a bit, and he needs me. But
Oh, that sounds kind of toxic.
yeah, it is. It's very codependent.
Yeah.
He's actually a nice guy if you get to talk to him one-to-one. He's But who have you got? What's your villain?
I mean, we have Dr. Doom, like literally the epitome of supervillainy. His name's literally Dr. Doom, and he's like the most iconic supervillain of all time.
Bit on the nose, is it not?
It is, but also, why not?
So, you think Doctor Doom could beat Lex?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, he's a wizard and a technological savant. I mean, he any day he'd have Lex begging him to grow his hair back for him.
Poor Lex, no hair.
Poor Lex. Yeah.
That's just. I mean, he did tell me that that's the main reason he does this is because he's mad that he can't grow hair. He's just a bit triggered, yeah. But well, we've got supervillains like Brainiac, you can absorb entire the data of entire worlds, leaving nothing behind.
I think I don't. Doom versus Brainiac would be a fun one, but I think Doom could figure it out. Doom always figures it out, you know. Like he's kind of like you in that way that he always has a plan. He's always got I mean, you know, like he's actually a lot like you in a lot of ways, which is interesting that our greatest villain is so close to your greatest hero.
Well, that just shows that we're more nuanced. We don't have to be necessarily good guys to be the hero.
So you just be villains?
Well, if we look at Lobo, Lobo's a good character study here because Lobo has helped Superman and the Justice League fight off alien invasions from other galaxies and all sorts. But at the same time, he did kill everyone on his planet because he thought they were all idiots.
We have Deadpool who kills our universe once in a while.
Yeah.
It's pretty fun when he does it, though. Entertaining. We love our fourth wall breaking. Do you guys have any fourth wall breaking characters like Deadpool or She-Hulk?
No, we don't need that because we exist in the minds of everyone anyway. So we don't need to have someone to directly talk to the character, the cat like that. We're a bit more highbrow than Marvel. Just saying. Yeah, Marvel has to use those. We don't know how to break this story, so let's just break the fourth wall. Nah, we're more nuanced and we.
Well, I mean, I'll give you the She-Hulk ending. Definitely was like that, where they're like, "Oh, we don't know how to tie this all together, so we're just gonna have her crawl across the Disney Plus screen," which was, I mean, it was funny, but it was a bit much.
Wow. You know what? What I've realized here today is that Marvel's great, actually. Marvel's really, really brilliant. Not a touch on DC, obviously. But Marvel's great. And comic books are for everyone. Marvel, DC, IDW. Nerds unite across the world.
Now, that is a message that the Hulk can get behind. All right. I agree. DC, despite all of your flaws, your many flaws, major flaws too. They're still great, still iconic, still valuable.
Yeah. Just you got the Gamma satellite ready?
Get out of my swamp.
I'm going to give you 5 seconds to retract what you just said. Yeah, you know what? Just fire.
You're gonna kill this creature. This donkey.
What do you mean you fired? Nothing happened. Well, who did you shoot? What do you mean a children's hospital?
Oof.
Oh,
see,
shit.
Classic Batman.
2 seconds. Clark, yeah, I did it again. Yeah, computer, do me a favor and just go around the world a couple of times in reverse time. Thanks. Yeah, I know. Thanks. Sorry, Clark. It's all good. Don't worry.
Who would make the best duo on either
Batman
side?
and the Hulk. Obviously.
Batman and the Hulk would be interesting. So we take someone from Marvel and someone from DC. We're going to want, I think, I think the wizards from both. Take like I've forgotten the name of the doctor.
Doctor Strange?
No, my doctor. You got
Oh.
Doctor Strange, and I've got Doctor, and I cannot remember the helmet guy.
Guy, he's got plans to kill them all, but he doesn't even remember their first names.
Well, I don't need their names. I just need to know what the button is.
Fair enough. If you can find it, you gotta be able to index it. I mean, you might need some like fast hashing algorithms. Which I
Doctor
can
Fate.
probably help
That's
you
who I
with.
meant. Thank you, chat.
Dr. Fate. There you go.
Doctor Fate and Doctor Strange. I think they'd make a good duo together. Different magic from each side. Be a good fight.
Yeah, we also have Magneto. No one's even mentioned. We haven't even mentioned Magneto. Again, like Magneto and Killmonger, these characters who are born out of a lack of civil rights. Out of mistreatment that they have handled in more complex ways. Like they're not just villains. They're
you should just
Killmonger's
just use his powers to start like an empire of having houses to sell. Just by telling people to get out.
What? Why would Killmonger? I'm sorry. I'm not following.
Houses is like, I want this house now, and people get out and give him the house. So he could just go and get a bunch of houses and use his powers to just make money.
Hey, how did the Waynes get their money?
Shh, we don't talk about that.
Oh,
it certainly wasn't anything to do with like crime in the past of Gotham.
Probably some evictions of people who didn't really deserve to be evicted.
Don't ever look at the books, Wayne Enterprises, and you don't. It's a need to know type thing. Okay, just saying. How did Tony Stark make his money? Hey,
that's the message from DC. Don't look at the books. You heard it from Batman. Okay.
Tony Stark made his money from blowing people up with weapons.
Well, sometimes you need to blow shit up. All right, like once in a while, shit needs to be blown up. Not always, but. Hey, sometimes it's the move.
I mean, I do agree with that. I've got rockets over that thing's got really big rockets.
Yeah, you understand, Bruce, Batman.
But I'm not Bruce Wayne.
I'm sorry. I was talking third person. I was talking to myself because I'm Bruce.
Yeah. Bruce is a good name. I wish I was called Bruce. Bruce is a really good name.
Me too.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I am. I had a cat named Bruce when I was growing up. Actually, named after Bruce Springsteen.
Cute Brucey baby.
Yeah.
Who has the best romance, the best couple? Like Spider-Man and Mary Jane. You've got
Cyclops and Jean Grey.
Superman and Lois Lane.
Yeah.
And Superman and Wonder Woman.
Batman and well, I'm alone. But Bruce Wayne. I hear Bruce Wayne's good with the ladies.
I'm sure he is. So is Tony Stark, no doubt.
Yeah, but Tony Stark's an alcoholic, so he probably shouldn't be out dating. He should be dealing with that.
He should be, yeah. Well, he's working on it. Okay, he's working for drama. We all are.
I think Superman and Lois Lane is probably the most iconic superhero comic book romance that there is.
I don't know. Spider-Man, Mary Jane would come pretty close, but I mean, there's definitely. Someone said Harley and Ivy. That's true. Yeah, Harley and Ivy as well. That's a good one.
Doesn't Spider-Man get with another girl though? It's not always about Mary Jane.
Well, once in a while. Yeah, I mean, shit happens, But I mean, at the end of the day, like he knows that Mary Jane's is one true love. Like, and they'll work it out in some universe somewhere. They'll be together. It's okay.
I mean. Love in your universe actually caused a bunch of problems with, Thanos being obsessed with Lady Death, which is in the comics the reason why he wiped out half the universe.
Well, like I said, I mean, Marvel reflects humanity. Love causes all sorts of problems in our real world. Like wars have been started over the longing that comes from missing a loved one or wanting someone. What you're saying is Marvel refuses to learn from their mistakes. No, they channel the mistakes and let us learn from them. We're here to learn from those comics, from those stories. That's why characters like me deal with our anger on the page, so that characters like the viewers here can deal with those struggles in the real world.
Sorry, 1 sec. Yeah, one out. Well, they caught Robin. Oh, he's dead? With a crowbar, you say?
Ooh.
And then an exploding building. I'll tell you what, could you just go to the orphanage and just pick up another kid? We can give them some basic combat training later on. Right, no worries. Catch you there. Bye.
This is the guy who definitely supports the recently changed child labor laws in Florida. All right.
Child labor laws?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What are they?
What about the best sidekick?
Well, I did have one until just now. I guess he's not very good, really, actually.
Rest in peace, kid. Yeah, I mean, you could say that Spider-Man is a sidekick to Tony Stark in a way, but that's, yeah. I mean, our characters, they can handle themselves more, I guess, and they don't need to hire children, orphans, and have them get needlessly slaughtered by clowns with crowbars
And exploding buildings.
or exploding buildings.
Yeah.
And why not give him like super soldier serum or something?
Oh yeah, just inject drugs into the kids. That sounds great.
Well, sometimes kids need drugs. So I mean, like there are kids with ADHD who would
Hey,
be
listen,
better
the message
with
Marvel
Ritalin
wants
or
to give:
Adderall.
kids take drugs.
Sometimes, so I mean, like, would you say no drugs for a kid that had cancer?
Well, that's different. I just fund it with Wayne Enterprise. I mean, Bruce would fund it with Wayne Enterprise. Oh my God,
Would he?
I'm so
Hello, puppy.
yeah, but we've got good sidekicks. The most iconics they got, Kid Flash, and Robin, and basically kid versions of
Kid Flash, Aqualad.
characters.
We have like Hulkling and other Hulks that are like we have completely characters that survive just as well on their own in their own stories. Oh man, I actually we don't have a lot of really iconic sidekicks. I mean, Bucky Barnes was kind of Cap's sidekick, and he's carrying his own movie right now. Apparently one of the best Marvel movies in years. I haven't gotten to see it yet, but I hear Thunderbolts is really fucking good. And Bucky's
Dude, go and see Thunderbolts. I've got a private studio. I own a whole cinema. I mean, Bruce Wayne owns a whole chain of cinemas, and he lets Batman in for free.
Yeah, and we have Falcon too, who was a sidekick and is now Captain America.
Oh, your Captain America doesn't even have any powers.
Yeah, but he still beat the Red Hulk, which I guess
True.
is kind of damning to me. But
look, I just think DC would win, and you can't convince me otherwise because, well, I'm Batman.
Well, there you go. I mean, his feelings, my facts. Take what you will.
What about the best? What about the best origin story?
Well, I watched my parents get killed in an alleyway and then fell into a cave full of bats.
I was a scientist working on important science, trying to help people, and unfortunately, I was exposed to way too much gamma radiation, and now I've had to struggle with the results of that. But I mean, it happens.
Wayne Enterprises, those kind of issues would never happen. We've got strict security things in place. I mean, Bruce Wayne told me about them anyway. I know nothing about Wayne Enterprises inner workings, of course.
Well, shouldn't you? I mean, they're a pretty big player in Gotham City, which is your hometown.
Oh, I know all about them. I mean, shut up. Shh.
This guy's a little batty, huh?
Too many late nights for this one. Here's what we'll do. I'm going to go ahead and drop the open panel link to let people start filing backstage. But while we're doing that, and before we get into closing statements, I want you to imagine something. We're at the universal depths of hell. Like the entire universe is going to completely capsize. Everybody's going under, and we have both teams heading in to save the planet, the universe, the everything. Who is going to have the most kills, and who is going to be the one to take out the ultimate villain?
I think I have an answer,
Individually
but you want to
or
start?
as a team?
I'd say individually. Like, which one person is going to be the one that takes it all? Like
Superman.
that final shot, that final kick, that final whatever. Who's
It's
going to be
gonna
the
be
one
it's
to
gonna
do it?
be Clark Kent, not Clark Kent. His name's not Clark. It's gonna be Superman. Superman. He's the powerful one. You saw what he did to Steppenwolf. Just poof, uppercut. End of story.
Well, see, we've had this kind of thing happen. We've had multiple Secret Wars where all of our heroes, all of our villains get thrown into a battle world, and they have to kind of fight for dominance. And at the end of the day, it was the Molecule Man who rewrote reality because Dr. Doom admitted that Reed Richards could have done it better, you know? And there we go. We got a whole new universe based off of that. And I think that, you know, however strong Superman is, he can't he can't out punch his own reality being rewritten around him. It's just simply, he doesn't have
actually,
that superpower.
Superman Prime can. He punched a multiverse to death.
That is pretty cool. But I thought you guys didn't have fourth wall breaks. Would that be a fourth wall break?
Well, there's an omniverse outside of the multiverse.
Is he not strong enough to break that wall?
I don't know. Maybe. Stop asking me questions I can't answer.
Same.
I think
who would
Superman
be
the one. Yeah.
who would be the one or the several that would be the sacrificial, the ones who die in vain to get
Robin.
that final person? Robin's already dead.
Yeah, I'll get another one and he'll die again. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what
Smith.
I'd say is some of you may die, and that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
DC is it has characters that are willing to make the ultimate sacrifice. Wonder Woman has jumped outside of time and space to save everybody else before removing her from existence. I think DC are more willing to make the sacrifices because they're more iconic.
It's interesting. The explanation for why they make the sacrifices is because of their iconic status. Tony Stark, when he made the ultimate sacrifice in Avengers Endgame to end his own life to defeat Thanos and his army, he wasn't doing it because he was Iron Man. You know, he says I'm Iron Man, but like what he's speaking to is his own character arc, his evolution as a human who learned from a decade of experience of conflict and friendship and love and all these things and raising a child. And he reflected on all of this, and that's why he decided to take the sacrifice himself to save the multiverse or the universe in this case, and ultimately probably the multiverse. But again, it wasn't because he's Iron Man. That doing so is what made him Iron Man.
A drunk. Yeah, cool. Just point out his problems.
All right.
You guys crack me up. I feel like there's, with DC and Marvel, for every 1 point over here, you're gonna have another point over there, and it's beautiful how it works out. All right, well, let's go ahead. Do your closing statements. I've got a few people backstage already. If anybody else wants to hop backstage and join open panel, we'll go into just an open discussion. However, I don't expect it to get too crazy, or at least I hope not. But yeah, we'll get there. All right, Ryan, go ahead with your closing statement, my dear.
Sure. So this has been a blast, and honestly, it is a privilege debating a topic I care about with someone I have a lot of respect for, or at least a stand-in for Craig, because Craig and I don't just argue about superheroes. We care about challenging bad ideas and helping people think more critically, and that's why I'm happy to be here with a stand-in for him. And that's why we both go to war against, well, he goes against flat earthers and I go against more cultural war values. But thank you for showing up, Batman. But I think I'm still going to take away the cape tonight, because here's the thing. DC builds gods, Marvel builds people. And in a world that feels more chaotic and confusing by the day, people are what we need. You don't see yourself in a pantheon. You see yourself in Peter Parker apologizing to Aunt May, in Kamala Khan trying to navigate identity, culture, and power, in Bruce Banner, yeah, me, stop calling me Shrek, learning how to live with his rage instead of being consumed by it. You see yourself in the X-Men fighting not just for justice, but for recognition. They never stopped evolving because the world they reflect keeps changing too. And sure, Marvel characters do have insane powers, some of them cosmic, but they stay grounded, they stay messy, they stay human. Batman says DC is about aspiration, and sure, there's something majestic about Superman hovering in the sky like a god, but I don't want to be saved from above. I want heroes who stand beside me, who fall, get back up, and keep going, not because they're perfect, but because they choose to fight anyway. So yeah, Marvel wins the crossover war because it has the tools, the characters, and the storytelling muscle to go toe-to-toe with anything DC throws at them. And Marvel wins the culture war because it never lost sight of the fact that stories aren't about being above humanity, they're about helping us understand it. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. Smash responsibly.
Thank you, Ryan. And to you, Mr. Batman, not Bruce Wayne, and not Craig McNeil.
The world doesn't need more flashy suits or snappy one-liners. It needs resolve, discipline, and justice. I've watched their world, Marvel's. I've seen gods pretending to be men, men pretending to be gods, and too many people mistaking noise for power. They celebrate chaos. We embrace order. They fight for fame. We fight because somebody has to. We don't need a multiverse of variants to be iconic. We don't need to reboot every 5 years to stay relevant. We are myth. We are legend. We are DC. And if it ever came to war, I've already planned for it. And we've already won. Because I'm Batman.
And I ran a poll, gentlemen. I ran a poll of who would win in a crossover, DC, Marvel, or Tomato. And as the poll currently stands, it is 40% for Tomato, 35% for DC, and 24% for Marvel. So I win. You all suck. I'm ending the poll now. All right. Well, let's kick off with a little open panel. I've got a few, what looks like new people backstage. So I'm super excited. I love getting new people around here. And one of my favorites, as always. Here we go. All right. And a kind reminder to all of you that tonight is meant to be kind of a fun night, as May the 4th. May the 4th be with you, and we will go right and nerd on together, but in a fun way this evening. I'm super excited. Oh my God, right? Ryan's ready. But yes, I'd love to have the conversation, the discussion, the topics, so on and so forth. And I do welcome you to introduce additional characters from other nerd central comics or like Star Wars, Star Trek, and all of those things are welcome. But yeah, I leave the panel open to all of you. Neo, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, I was having trouble with my mixer earlier, so I'm glad that it's working. Yeah, no, this was a fun debate to listen to. It's better than, well, not better, but, you know, as opposed to how serious the debates here tend to get, it's kind of cool to just like nerd out once in a while and just talk about things that we all grew up with. I would say even the most hardcore debaters are also nerds at heart and know about all this stuff as well. Me personally, I love DC, but I believe that a lot of life lessons that I learned growing up, I got more from Marvel. Just their characters felt more real. DC always felt very grandiose, you know, like they were gods among men, right? That's always sort of been the whole the thing with DC. Marvel always tended to have more grounded, relatable characters, which you know, growing up as a poor inner city kid, I was always able to resonate with a little more. But I do have respect for both the fandoms. I will say DC does take the cake with animated movies, even though Marvel's really good with live action, but they kind of they're missing the mustard a little bit with animated movies, which DC has picked up the slack. If DC were to just take some of these animated movies and make them into live action, I think that they would definitely give Marvel a run for their money.
Oh, James Gunn's working on it, I'm sure.
Yeah, possibly.
I've given him a lot of money. I mean, Bruce Wayne's given him a lot of money to help.
Well, Spider-Verse definitely is a pretty good example of Marvel animation. But I agree, like long-term, DC's had just fantastic animated stories that Marvel hasn't really met.
Unfortunately, though, the Spider-Verse has also been an example of how bad the coordination and everything is at Disney and Marvel with their animators, because there's been massive fights and people being fired. And you know, someone that worked on so much of it was fired, and then they couldn't use his work, and they had to delay it again and again. And there's issues with being owned by Disney.
I think most of the issues that Marvel and DC tend to have when it comes to live action are the rights. You know, because for a long time, Marvel had the rights between Fox and Sony, so they didn't have the intellectual property to make certain characters. I believe the Infinity Saga, for example, you know, you would have seen the Fantastic Four, you would have seen the X-Men. And those crossovers had the rights to those characters, but now you have Sony trying to make movies with like Spider-Man's Rogue Gallery, and it just never really works, because a lot of the times, in order for those villains to work, you need Spider-Man. You know what I mean? And it just doesn't work out ultimately. And then on DC's end, you know, I think Batman. I'm sorry, Batman. No offense, but Batman is a bit of a crutch for DC, and they tend to rely on him for too much. You have other characters who are proven, like Constantine was a good one when they started using him in the animated movies. He proved to be a pretty popular character. You know, Batman and Superman are always the ones that they kind of go to, and they have a plethora of different characters that if they gave the time to, you know, you could make them into like household names, sort of the way James Gunn did with Guardians of the Galaxy. You know, nobody knew who the hell they were, nor did they care until he made you care about them. So it's the way that they're often represented in media and in comics are going to often dictate how people are going to see them long term. And DC is just not represented that well because they tend to rely on the same people.
Marvel is very good at bringing out new characters. Like you think when the MCU started, no one really knew who Iron Man was.
Yeah, you're right.
Iron Man movie, he's now one of the most iconic superheroes that there is. Obviously, not a patch on me. You know, he can for as much money as he wants and stuff, but he's never going to be Batman.
Well, I wanted to speak a little bit to the rights issue, because I think it's a great point. And yeah, it would have been awesome to see the X-Men, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man in earlier Marvel works. But I think what's exciting about the upcoming Marvel movies is that they've found a way to weave those rights issues into the canon itself. Like Deadpool versus Wolverine, like really set the stage for this, and like so much of the plot of that movie and like the way the characters interacted was based specifically around the fact that they did come from different studios, that they were in the void, right? Because and there was like the 20th Century Fox things like living out there or sitting out there, and like they've kind of. I think that's what's really exciting about Secret Wars, and like having Tony Stark being or Robert Downey Jr. playing Doctor Doom, as well as surely Tony Stark variants. It's very cool the way that they can take those real world problems and weave them into stories that inspire us.
Yeah, that is good. I will say Robert Downey Jr. Coming in as Doctor Doom is sort of a cop out in a way. I would have loved to have just seen somebody brand new represent that character and make him his own instead of just like weird variant multi-universal, form of Doctor Doom. There is a storyline where Doctor Doom and Tony Stark do swap bodies, and then that became like a thing for a while where Doctor Doom did actually become Iron Man, but that's not really what they're doing here. I think Marvel was just sort of desperate, and they were relying on the star power of Robert Downey Jr. to bring them back into prominence. They did have a couple of stinkers. Everybody says that from like phase 3 and on, they kind of started losing the plot. But I think early Marvel, even phase 1 kind of had some stinkers as well. Like the first Thor movie was not great by any stretch of the imagination. The second Iron Man movie kind of like sucked balls. You know what I mean? They had a few stinkers, but sort of found their way when they created the Avengers. And that's what showed that you could bring all these movies together and create something wonderful from them. I don't know. Anybody else? Sarah, I made it. I came back.
I see that.
I'm a bit of a nerd. It's easy for me to talk about this stuff.
I know. I opened the floor. Rubik's, Angry Beaver, RK, Anonymous.
All right. I just had a question for Ryan real quick. So, Ryan, you said you were a nerd, and you're trying to say that Donald Trump is Kingpin. How do you explain that when Kingpin was in production 5 years before Donald Trump even took the business?
You mean, well, I mean, Trump was president before this current term, right?
Kingpin was written in 1967. He first released. He was in production by 1965. How is he Donald Trump?
So I'm talking about Born Again specifically, and his arc in Born Again, and the way that he, like, the parallels to his rise.
That's not how it worked, though. That really isn't.
I'm not saying that. I mean, well, he's a.
You specifically had stated he is Donald Trump.
Okay, well, he's not literally. His name is not Donald Trump. It's Wilson Fisk, so he's not literally Donald Trump. You're right, but like his character is a parallel in Daredevil: Born Again, specifically as his rise to mayor.
He's always been rich kingpin of crime. He's never been a businessman until after he became big in crime, and he needed to wash his money. So you're equating Donald Trump to being a thug?
Well, I mean, yeah, Donald Trump has a long history of criminal activity. Absolutely.
But you're saying that he has contemplated murder. He has had people unalived, and all of this other stuff. You're saying Trump had you can prove
Who was president
Trump
when Epstein died? Who was president when Epstein died?
That means nothing.
Off the rails.
It's a little.
No,
sus.
I was just trying to figure out why he was trying to say that Donald Trump is Kingpin when Kingpin was around long before Trump. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Specifically means the new arc in the new series is very similar and a parallel, very purposefully done to represent Donald Trump.
Like, I don't really think that's true, to be honest, because that storyline that they're doing in Daredevil: Born Again was a story from the comics long before Trump was ever president, even on his first term. I think they just copied the same story, and you might have some similarities, but I don't really see them trying to make it out to be that he is Trump, because again, once more, that story just came out like a billion years ago, so it's not even really something where I would really make a comparison.
I feel like there were a lot of notes in the show in Daredevil: Born Again that were like almost too on the nose. It made it like too obvious that they were trying to parallel Donald Trump. Like it was.
Well, they might have thrown a couple. Yeah. They might have thrown a couple in there, but for it to straight up be like a representation of Trump, I don't really think that's the case, to be honest. He's always been this evil business criminal tycoon. Like that's always been his character.
Just like Trump. Yeah, just like Trump. That's what's great. That's why it works so well. He's always been a criminal.
Let me read a few.
Yeah, but how is he evil though?
Oh, okay.
Is he evil? I mean, he's destroying.
Yeah, I mean, like it's just a certain notion to tie it to a villain, like a fictional villain, to a person that actually. I don't understand this Trump hate. Like, if you don't like him because how he pronounced things or how he approaches things, that's fine. But that's a big stretch, That's like. Why I still have a hard time understanding by hardcore leftists why they keep doing this BS.
Well, I can explain it to you. I mean, because my issues with Trump have nothing to do with pronunciation. Like right now, my biggest issue with Trump is he's defying a Supreme Court order that ordered the facilitation of the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was illegally deported, and this was written out word for word in a 9-0 Supreme Court ruling. So I mean, it's like this. I care about the Constitution of America. I'm an American. I live here. I care about due process and our laws because I benefit from them, and I like my life, and I want to continue living that life and not worry about being thrown into
well, I hope you carry that same energy when you're holding Biden accountable over the same accusations, because Biden was worse. Obama was worse. And I never hear anybody from the left talk about, like, Trump, Biden, Obama were just that. No, it's always tied with Trump. No one ever gave a shit about anything until 2016. Like, this is ridiculous. Stop doing that.
He never defied a Supreme Court order.
Stop falling to the rabbit hole.
It didn't happen.
Stop it.
Let me read a few of these real quick. And for the record, backstage, I have Daniel Romano dressed up in Power Rangers, of course, and Brick Jonesy. Are you dressed up, Brick? Yeah,
he always looks like white trash.
He's got a Superman costume on. So they're hanging out backstage, waiting for you to know what to do. Jack Fetter with a big 10 says, "Yeah, computer super geek here, but this is even too nerdy for me. $10 to the host for being super nerdy hot, but nope." JSST with the big 5 says, "I sure hope my super chats haven't gone to building a bat cave, Craig."
Don't know what you're talking about.
Tim Davidson says, "DC has the soul, Marvel has the heart. Fight me."
All right, Tim, bring it on.
JSST says, "Hey, Batman, why didn't Superman beat the F out of you in Batman versus Superman, Dawn of Shit?"
Because our moms had the same name. Martha!
Yeah, that's not a glaring problem.
Fair enough. Lord Illuminous Pooh says, "In brightest day or darkest night, it's not my problem. I'll be all right. No cause you name is worth the fight. But if I'm bored, then yeah, I might. Gray lanterns of apathy."
Well, the Grey Lanterns could be a thing at the moment with the fractal lanterns all appearing. It's causing havoc across the DC universe.
And Pooh follows up to say, "What about the people that were in airplanes when they were snapped, falling to their deaths?"
I know, they would have returned exactly to that point in the sky.
I think that we would have heard about that if it was happening, and I think it's safe to say that when I snapped my fingers, I made sure that those people were not falling to their deaths because, I mean, I had the Infinity Stones on my hand, and I wasn't going to let a bunch of people die or, like, emerge right back into each other and be fused in all sorts of chaotic, disgusting ways. Like, I'm a genius and a Hulk, okay?
That's a plot hole. I'm sorry. They all died. Again.
They all died.
Right.
Jack Fetter says, "Whose idea was this? Other than some super erect nerds out there in their mom's basements, this even seems beyond extreme for us usual YouTube freaks. This was all my idea. I wanted the May 4th thing to be something extra fun, nerd central. But yeah, I'm happy." JSST says, "Why does Batman sound like McGruff the crime dog?"
What about this in my voice? I've got a great Batman voice.
Otto says, "Big ups to the Care Bears." Pooh says, "American made the most patriotic domestic." I don't know what that refers to. General E. Shady says, "An F1 car, seriously, Green Lantern, Blake, though."
Yeah. All right, that wasn't a great movie. Okay? I know. I'm going to make a car as my first thing. Woo! Yeah.
Have you been doing that voice for an hour and a half?
Yes, he has. He's gonna have no voice tomorrow. Pooh says DC equals ditch continuity. Marvel equals Marvel at the reboot.
I like that.
Rubik's is on screen this evening. Marvel has Flatman. Power is he can be 2D, and a mutant who can explode once. Also take into account the fact that DC owns Vertigo Comics.
DC for the win.
DC for the win. Smokey Guru says, got a rep dog wielder, best DC character. Wields dogs to villains and people.
Yep. He literally welds dogs to people as his power.
I didn't even know that was Craig at first.
Somebody else asked if it was Taper.
That was me. I thought it was Taper.
Yeah. And I could see where you got that, but Taper would not be invited to something like this. Pooh says Gotham has a horrible crime rate, but an incredible education system. 90% of its villains are doctors.
Yeah.
That's a compelling
I'm really
point.
mad.
Yeah, at least you're funding the schools. I appreciate that. But I mean, somehow they're still ending up in a school to prison pipeline, so.
Most of the supervillains in comics are doctors. They all have some sort of degree. All the smartest people, they all went insane.
They're all liberals.
Sara?
Yes.
Sara, can I ask a question?
Hold on, let me finish. I got just a
Okay,
few more super chats to get through. Naomi sends with the big 5. For fuck's sake, I love Sarah, so I'm here. Thank you, Naomi. Horses in the chat for Naomi, please. JSST says Aunt May would beat up Martha Kent. Marvel rules.
You leave Martha alone.
Zoomy says, how could you forget Red Tool? Fourth wall shattered.
Oh, yeah, of course. We got Red Tool. Does break the fourth wall.
E Shady says Martha and Aunt May were secret lovers. Duh.
That's the wow.
E Shady says Wonder Woman wanted bad guy. Abomination was framed. Pooh says, greetings, small child. You wear the vibrant green, reds, and yellows and attract their fire, while I wear the dark grays and black and sleek into the shadows.
There's a reason for everything.
I can see that. D says Iron Man 2 is underrated. Avengers 1 is overrated.
All right. Wait. I got to respond to that because I mean, Iron Man 2 is good, but it suffers from its own weight. Like it's just over and over. It's like got Captain America's shield, Black Widow, all this stuff, and it's just saying like, hey guys, there's an Avengers movie coming. Did you know there's an Avengers movie coming? And like the movie itself gets dragged down by that. But I mean, there's an argument to be made.
Fair. And Jack says, final one, please no MAGA Trump derp. Don't ruin my entertainment too. Just go focus on annexing Canada or invading Greenland. Damn troll.
But see, the funny thing is I'm not trolling. I actually have a list of points for both of them I can go over, and that was just one of them.
Well, yeah, let's not, because this is just a fun thing.
This is
okay?
That's why I came up with getting too
Sarah?
politics, and usually this stuff isn't as
No, that was the only one to do with politics because I didn't like the way he had stated it, and that's what I commented
just
on.
kept it to yourself because
But I have lots of.
I mean, I
I
will say, Angry Beaver, this is a fun night. Let's not throw politics into it this evening.
And don't ruin my
like I
favorite
said, I
cartoon.
wasn't going
Don't ruin
to,
my
until,
favorite
but I
cartoon.
just wanted the clarification on his statement. That's
well,
but
we could
none of
set
my
up
other points
another
have
night
anything
for
to do with politics. It's all about DC and Marvel.
Osron,
in
are
his
you still
defense-
with us? Go ahead.
Sorry,
ahead, Ryan.
real quick. In his defense, like, I mean, I weaved politics into my conversation because, I mean, we're also talking about culture and the political implications of media. I think are relevant in this in this conversation. But I also I don't want it to turn into here's why Trump's defying the Supreme Court debate. So yeah, I hear you.
Fair enough. I'm
There's
just
nothing
was
Marvel
bringing
or
up.
DC, though. So, like, do you get that people watch this stuff or read this stuff? to
Which
get
one do you
away
think
from
Trump
that
would
stuff?
think is better?
Sorry, Daniel, that was an interesting point. You said people read this stuff to get away from politics. I agree, but
Yeah.
a lot of people do, but a lot of people also read this stuff because of their experience under political. So when we talk about the X-Men being like an analogy for a lot of groups that have been oppressed over history, like those people find a lot of solidarity in reading those comics. So they're not reading it because they're not reading it because they're like super like passionate about politics. They're reading it because their experiences are reflected on the page, you know, and that's what I'm trying to get at.
You can reflect, but that's not what it's about. It's escapism. Even what I'm doing now, this is escape.
Yeah, it's why
There's no, like-
not for everyone in the same way.
How do you know that? Who do you know that reads comic books for that reason?
Me.
Who, me?
Escapism?
Coder, yeah, Ryan.
The reason we read comic books as kids was to escape from the hell of life.
What is Brick?
I feel like characters like Spider-Man and like these are characters that are relatable for a reason. Like they deal with real things that people deal with, and like you can see yourself as like if you're a young teenage boy reading Spider-Man, you probably are inserting yourself as Peter
Because
Parker.
you're throwing handfuls of white goop around.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, for the most on-the-nose metaphor, yeah, for sure. But I mean, do you deny that people identify with Spider-Man when they're reading him? Like, I feel like one of the reasons that he's so popular is because he's such a fantastic insert.
Well, not
He was
only
my
that,
favorite growing up.
Spider-Man has had such a wide variety of backgrounds and origins too that it does have a little bit of everything for everyone.
And Geeky with the big 5 says, here's a contribution to Batman's LASIK surgery fund so he can ditch those ill-fitting spectacles.
These are my black specs.
That is the thing about Batman. Like, everything's a Batmobile, a bat this, a bat that.
Yeah, in Batman Forever, he had a Bat credit card.
Well, he doesn't have to remember what to call anything. He just adds bat to the front of it, and he's good.
Yep.
Where's my bat thingy at? Bat this, bat that.
He also
what
has
is
bat
Brick?
nipples on his
Brick-
costume.
Brick, what are
I got
you?
some for May the 4th, too.
What are you, Bricky? Oh, he's Superman.
Oh, Superman's pet werewolf.
Oh,
Nah,
Lord.
Superman from Phantom of the Opera.
With your grandma's knit beanie and an eye pet covering.
Yeah, what's the eye thing?
It's like a Superman / Lobo hybrid.
Oh.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty accurate.
I actually don't know what any of this stuff is really.
That's okay. Rubik's, what did you want to add in?
I was going to say that Stan Lee exists in the Marvel Universe.
Well, Stanley exists in the DC universe, doesn't he?
Stan Lee makes cameo appearances in DC, in a DC film.
Yeah. So Stanley is canon in DC, which is
correct.
Stan Lee.
Wait, Stanley appeared in one of the movies in a DC movie?
Yeah, he's in a Teen Titans Go to the Movies. He has a cameo in it.
Oh snap! I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that's cool.
So does that mean Marvel's superior?
It's also addressed why he's in the fact that he's in a DC, not a Marvel movie, as a cameo as well. It's addressed.
Got it.
Stanley can cameo whatever he
Well,
wants
it's
to.
canon that he does have powers.
Yeah.
Stan Lee is not regular. He has powers. He can erase anything in reality whenever he wants.
Well,
he doesn't want it there. He just makes it disappear.
Yeah,
So-
Stanley was supposed to be like the one above all, right? Or that was like his character insert.
Yeah.
So he's like he's like Marvel God basically.
Yeah, if he doesn't allow it, it stops being a thing.
I mean, that's
Like,
any author of anything.
Pardon?
That's any author of anything. They can just because it's convenient for the plot.
Yeah. That's the point of the one above all, isn't it? It's the one that can just change anything because they're the one that's writing the story.
Yes.
So who is everybody's like favorite character?
From
Whether it's DC or Marvel.
I love the Green Lantern Corps. I've always loved it. I'm a big space nerd, and it's like Green Lantern is comic book / sci-fi, and it's just perfect for me.
Well, you could probably You could probably guess mine.
Superman.
You like Superman?
Superman.
Superman is the boringest superhero of all.
Well,
It's like
once you're
he's
Superman,
like invincible.
what else is there? What else is there? Like, I mean, there's
Wolverine is better. Deadpool is better.
but he can kick your ass. So
Superman's got a lot of depth to him. You don't realize he's not
Superman
as boring.
loses to a bowl of chili.
And he's patriotic.
Yeah, but he's short-tempered though. He can lose his mind. That's where Batman has the edge on him. Batman has more of a fortitude mindset about things, and Superman, like, take for an example when he loses Lois Clark, like he breaks the forbidden rule by fucking with time by going, spinning the earth. Superman, like that, it just emotionally worst leader to put him. Batman even challenges Superman, tells him, "Hey man, you got to stop this, or else you're going to destroy everything." Like Superman, he's powerful, but he's not. I wouldn't trust him with anything outside of what he's supposed to be doing.
In the Injustice time, Joker plants a bomb inside of Lois Lane, and then uses the
inside of her
Joker gas to make Superman think that Lois Lane is Doomsday, and force Superman to kill Lois Lane and his unborn child. Drives Superman crazy, so he sticks his hand through the Joker's heart and then takes over the world.
Yeah, Superman is the most psychologically weak character, in my opinion. For as powerful as he is, he gets brainwashed by Poison Ivy like every other weekend. And then, to your point, Batman in the Injustice world, he kind of lost his marbles over that. It's like, oh, my Lois is dead now. I gotta enslave the whole world. He's like an iconic character, but he needs some real therapy. Like that dude, when you're that powerful, you definitely need to get your
let me
act
ask
together.
you this: if that was the case, if it was the case that Superman all of a sudden needed some type of therapy, wouldn't it be the case that he would be psychopathic, right, or sociopathic?
No, that's not true.
Crazy.
You don't have to. You don't have to be a psychopath to get therapy. That's not true.
What do you need the therapy for?
Well, I mean,
he's neurotic.
Yeah,
I was getting ready to say that.
Yeah, if you lost someone you loved, right? Are you gonna enslave the entire world because of that?
Maybe if I can, actually.
Lock him up.
Let me just say, it's not my altruism that's preventing me.
We want therapy to avoid that.
And
the point about Superman's character,
susceptible to that.
But all right, so Superman's character, it always hasn't been about how strong he is or who he can beat and can't beat. It's always been the fact that because he's the most powerful, he has to find other ways to win that don't have anything to do with power. So when you write him into stories where he's like just psychologically broken all the time, it kind of does take from the resolve of his character a little bit. Now, granted, that's in an alternate universe, so he doesn't do that in the main universe. Mm-hmm. But in the main universe, like I said, he also gets brainwashed constantly. It's very easy to manipulate. Darkseid just has to diss him a couple of times so he loses it. I like Superman's character, but he loses it a lot.
Maybe it's because of his lack of interest in causing change that should already be happening.
Yeah, but he's supposed to be like an avatar of change. People are supposed to believe in who he is, right? He's a god that came down to Earth, basically, and he's supposed to be a representation of how much better we can be. That's always sort of been the crux of who he is. He's an Earthling. He was an alien, but he was also raised on Earth with in Kansas with human parents. So he's really an Earthling. He's not really an alien. His belief systems, his ideologies, everything that he believes have always taken place on Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
But he has the power to make change.
Truth, justice, and the American way.
That's right.
Yeah, see the Christopher Reeves documentary? That was pretty good.
Yeah, I did enjoy that.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
It shows how what I like about Superman is that the comics that he's in show how much he can be influenced by other people and where he is. So if you look at Red Sun, where instead of America, he landed in Russia and became this communist hero. And it does show that Superman is very suggestible. He lands in America, he becomes the pinnacle of the American way. But he lands in Russia, he becomes the hero of the Communist Party.
Well,
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
What about the best soundtrack? And I'll go first on this one. The Guardians of the Galaxy, hands down, has the #1 best soundtrack on all of the videos. And I will fight somebody on that one.
I don't know.
I
I'd
think
have to say the
Danny
theme
Elfman.
song for Batman Beyond.
I'd say
That one is dope.
Batman Beyond theme song was fire.
Perfect.
I'd say Watchmen
Spider-Man
soundtrack
soundtrack was
Do
good.
you agree on Guardians of the Galaxy? Definitely agree on that.
Yeah,
But
Guardians
Watchmen
has a
soundtrack is
phenomenal.
amazing.
But
Yeah,
I
Guardians
think
has a
Danny
phenomenal
Elfman's
soundtrack.
Batman score was pretty good.
Yeah. But what is the most iconic piece of music that is in superhero? It is the Superman theme tune, right?
Yep, I was about
It's
to
the
say
Batman
that.
one. No. It's the Batman one, I think.
That's
I think
John
Batman's
Williams.
Batman.
But
Batman is kick-ass. I will give him that.
Or
Yeah,
there's
I
the old
fucking have it
80s.
right.
There's the old 80s Spider-Man song that always gets stuck in your head.
No, the best thing about Batman is he knows how to collect intel. That guy's resourceful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then obviously the Power Rangers theme is pretty great too. I mean, sorry, just
Power
had to throw
Rangers
that in
theme is-
there.
Well,
I
while we're
agree,
talking
Daniel.
about the expanded multiverse, I think there is a universe out there where Baby Driver is part of the multiverse because Edgar Wright was working on the Ant-Man movie before he moved on to direct Baby Driver, which is probably the closest competition for best soundtrack in a movie to Guardians of the Galaxy. But man, Baby Driver fans know what's up. I'm just gonna, if you know, you know. That's all I'm saying.
Generally, Shady makes a point. Ready Player One did have pretty much the best soundtrack ever. Ready Player One.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
Great.
Guardians of the Galaxy. Guardians.
Yeah,
of the
anything
Galaxy.
80s is good. Yeah.
Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy did pretty much have the best soundtrack, though.
So of all the Marvel films, I'll say Guardians of the Galaxy and the original Spider-Man trilogy are my favorites of Marvel.
Guardians of the Galaxy starts with a 10cc song, and it happens to be one of my top favorite songs. So yeah, and it just each song gets better, and you're just like, how did they know?
What do you think of Guardians of the Galaxy 2? Did you see that or 3?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all of them.
Yeah.
I cried on the last one. I was like,
Me too.
I will say Spider-Man. Rach, you actually, I would agree, but I would say that the Spider-Man soundtrack, one they did with Nickelback and Chris Cornell, that one has to be the most inspirational track that to offer on Marvel, because it makes you. I don't know about you guys, but it's inspirational. Like makes you like, oh damn, I can do shit.
That was post
What's
9/11. People forget that was.
That's just on my Spotify playlist.
Yeah.
I work out with that.
Yeah, it's a great track.
In the Daredevil sound, was the Daredevil soundtrack that had the Evanescence song? Does anyone know what I'm thinking of? The Ben Affleck.
The Ben
one?
Affleck Daredevil
Bring me
one?
back to
Wake
life.
Me Up Inside.
Yeah. Oh man, that was a
Yeah,
banger too.
If you like the Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack, you would love the soundtrack to the game. It's fucking, oh my god,
That was a good game.
That was a goddamn good game.
What about who has the best like CGI and visuals?
I mean,
Marvel.
DC hasn't had a modern
Marvel.
movie
CGI, right?
in a long
Marvel.
time.
Hold on, we're
Marvel.
all going at once. Go ahead, Rubik's.
DC hasn't really had a major film since the early 2000s, so that's not a really fair comparison.
They tried.
They have
with
had
the
quite a
Flash,
few
but I
live
think
action
the CGI in the
films.
Flash was made by someone that didn't know how to do CGI.
Fair.
Yeah,
I'd say Marvel better CG. And so,
But it's an unfair comparison. Wait till the new Superman comes out to make that comparison.
Even
Yeah.
to expand on that, what about like one movie? Like it doesn't even have to be between one or the other, but like which of all of the movies you've seen have had the best CGI?
Right. Well, if you want to compare it to the time that they've come out, if you look at the original Superman movies, for the time that they were made in, they looked incredible. The special effects they managed to pull off in those movies was ridiculous for the time.
Yeah.
There was nothing like it.
Yes.
I think Shrek
That's a hard
2
one, though.
has the best CGI.
For me,
Probably
I'd say
Shrek 2. Shrek the Third might be another close contender.
I'd say Watchmen for me, but I mean I rewatched that a lot too. It's one of my favorite films ever made. But I think just Plus there was a lot of practical effects, and that Zack Snyder did a lot of practical since he was recreating the 80s,
And practical holds up better over time, generally.
Okay,
I
I've got an idea. Which has the best live action TV series?
And before you answer that, our darling Bruce Wayne has to go fight crime and save lives. The bat signal has been flared up, and he needs to make his exit. Craig, would you like to make your final
the next
statement?
Robin is also dead. Gotham's been overrun. Asylum, the doors is open on the asylum, and Jim Gordon, he said, if you don't get back here, then I'm not allowed to work with the police anymore. So I'm gonna have to go. Thank you very much for having me on, guys. I very much appreciate it. I mean, I guess the safety of Gotham is secondary to appearing on this channel with you, Sarah. So, you know.
Yeah. Can I say,
Sumi, amazing to see you as always.
Yep.
All right, and I'll catch you all later. Bye bye.
Bye, Craig.
Have a good one, man. Take care.
Be good to Robin.
Yeah,
my favorite CGI for it would go to Marvel for the Transformers movie.
So
mine will be Independence Day.
Transformers is actually a Marvel property.
Hey, Sarah, sorry about last time. Won't happen again.
That's all
What
right.
happened last time?
I was blacked out drunk, so I'm sorry about that.
As you do.
And we're the only ones in black too.
Independence Day had great CGI for its time. How that whole movie was, you can't beat it.
Yeah, it still holds up to this day.
Same with Jurassic
Yeah,
Park.
it's amazing, isn't it?
I love Jurassic Park.
I came up to propose a question to the panel. So it's DC versus Marvel, and my I thought about this way too much because I'm crazy. But so Tony Stark and Batman are pretty much the leaders of the two, right? And so I always say that Batman is better because Tony Stark was given the technology that made him what he was by his father that came from the cube, the Tesseract and all that. Whereas Batman did it all on his own, the research, the science, everything. He wasn't given anything. He did it all on his own. And that's why Batman is superior.
Well, he kind of
Both
inherited.
came from rich parents.
He kind of inherited Wayne Tech, and Wayne Tech already had military.
But he didn't. But don't forget, I said that with the Tesseract and stuff, right? Batman didn't get no magic. He did it all with skill and science.
Yeah, but Tony Stark also saved himself. You know, like when you look at his origin, and he had that like shrapnel stuck in his heart. He
But he
had
was
to like
given
build
that.
an Iron Man suit from.
But he was given the ring and the Tesseract. Remember, that's where that all came from.
The direct
so
quote,
that was magic that he was given. Batman don't have no magic.
I mean, not in the Iron Man movie. Like in the Iron Man movie, he built it with a box of scraps in a cave.
Yes, but he used the technology that came from his father, that came from the Tesseract. So he was given magic from previous generations from the Tesseract. Batman was given no magic.
I will. All right. There's pros and cons. There's pros and cons between both of them. For example, Batman he's a good detective, and he's the all-around better fighter. He's like mastered like a billion different fighting styles. He's trained himself to like peak human like perfection, right? But Tony Stark, I think, is objectively like a more intelligent character. He has builds Iron Man suits like well, first of all, outside of the normal technology that he has, he's built like Hulkbusters, and Asgard, he was able to use that Uru metal to like build a Godbuster suit essentially.
Right, but don't forget, before he had the strap on his heart, and he used the magic that he was given, he was a douchebag that everybody hated, and he didn't do anything productive at all.
Yeah, but he changed over time, right? I like both.
But I'm just saying, Batman has no magic. Tony does.
And then you have
Batman has the greatest magic of all. He has plot armor.
All comic
there's
book
also-
superheroes have a degree of plot armor.
But then
Yeah, but his plot armor is ridiculous.
Batman also has
Goku's is up there too, dog. Like there's heavy plot
Dragon
armor in
Ball.
every series.
And Batman also has the Morbius chair, so Morbius. What was I saying?
Tony also built Ultron too, if that counts. Can we count that or no? Because I know we did.
Same magic.
Well, in the new ones, it was only Tony, but in the old ones, it was actually Tony and Quinn that made them together. That's the original.
I believe, was the one that.
I thought
Ant-Man made him.
in the comics helped build him too, but he wasn't in the movies at that point. Right?
But yeah, like I said, he had the Mobius chair, and when he asked who the Joker was, it answered which one.
Wait, you're talking about the like different versions of the Joker? It was like 3 Jokers, I think.
The Mobius chair allows you to ask one question, and it's supposed to answer completely truthfully. And he asked who was the Joker. And so it answered which one.
Well, that's like when Wonder Woman used to lasso of truth on Batman and on Bruce, and she said, who's your actual identity? And he said, I'm Batman, instead of saying he was like Bruce Wayne. Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff can be overcome through like sheer will, but yeah, they're supposed to be. They did write in like different Jokers throughout history to make him a more intriguing character.
Yeah, there was 3 of them altogether. There was
but those Jokers got written in like later on. I always thought the Joker was super overrated, honestly. Like, he's a good character, but you know, he's essentially just like a crazy intelligent clown, you know.
Well, I feel like just calling certain things magic is kind of being disingenuous to it, because when you're talking about superhuman abilities like biological extra traits, that's you could say that's magic. So
yeah, but I'm talking about the Tesseract.
Okay.
Magic literally exists in Marvel.
Tesseract was technically technology, not magic.
It was magic.
But the Tesseract power came from the Infinity Stone. That's where he's going.
No, because Batman don't use magic. But anyway, and then I have a second thing. Did you guys already do worst superhero movie? Because I say Joker with Lady Gaga.
Sure. Before you go to your second one, though, I want to push back on this whole the Tesseract. Like, I don't know what you're talking about when it comes to Iron Man 1. He didn't have the Tesseract in the cave, so you
don't know the mythology.
His
obviously,
is that he built that technology based off of the arc reactor his dad had already prototyped. Yes. His dad had used the Tesseract in the early stages of development. It was proven during the third Avengers movie when they go back in time.
Technically, the first
dad and all that, and he does
Captain America. Captain America was one.
If we're going through the movie logic, didn't Tony also have to create a different source of energy because the original original mini arc reactor he had was killing him? Yeah. So he had to create like a new mineral, like a new technology, which is what he did in the second movie.
Again, without
which was an upgrade to the original principle of the arc reactor, which was using the technology of the Tesseract. That's his point.
It was the metal that he was using. Remember when Buddy with whips? Remember?
But he still did all this without using the magic. Like he built his own iteration of it.
Well, see, the Tesseract isn't even necessarily magic. It's literally just technology harnessing the stone's power to do its wielder's bidding.
Yeah, in Marvel.
But then you're saying the Green Lantern's ring isn't magic? Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. It's a superior form of technology using the travel lantern. Well, originally, the Green Lantern's power rings were created based off of the very old technology that existed thousands of years ago, called the travel lantern. And basically, travel lantern allowed whoever wielded it to travel to different dimensions.
Are the Infinity Stones magic?
Yes. It's debatable.
Well, that Tesseract was one of the Infinity Stones. Oh my goodness gracious! I came to a place where you guys don't even know the mythology.
It's part of the Infinity Stones, which is technically magic. He's right. I just really quickly want to, Sarah, thank you so much for making space for me. I'll be really quick for whoever spot I took because I got to go. I just wanted to say this.
Somebody left. Somebody left, so you're good.
I just wanted to say this was an amazing topic. Just with all the stress and real life stuff we argue and talk about, it's like always a nice escape to talk about perfect worlds where good things can happen in the end.
First time I've been excited for a long time, for sure, AJ. I agree.
Yeah, but I wanted to say that for the topic, DC, in my opinion, has an original kind of authenticity to it that you can never take away from it, which is why because like Justice League was created first in the comic world, right? And then Marvel created the Fantastic Four because they saw how successful it was. So I feel like Marvel definitely copycatted DC over time. But what Marvel's done with their character arcs and now the cinematic universe is undeniable, especially when you're talking about kids who are born post 2000s. These are really important things that DC's just dropping the ball on because, yeah, we are letting DC kind of fall behind because all the mainstream advertisement is going to Marvel. But great topics, guys. You guys are freaking awesome. Sarah, thanks for having this topic going tonight. Take it easy, everyone. God bless you.
Bye, AJ.
Yeah, if we get more nerdy topics like this, I'll probably show up more often.
Yeah,
The
I do
doomer,
have...
the doomer talk can get a little depressing once in a while.
It does. It does.
Yes, thank you for this, Sarah.
John comes in with the Big Ten, says DC without a doubt. The Justice League with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, and Green Lantern are the best team up. Martian Manhunter would dominate any Marvel character.
No, the fact that DC is beaten by a bowl of chili says otherwise, Doc.
A bowl of
I mean, Martian Manhunter.
No,
you could just,
it
like,
is
throw a
actually
bunch of matches on
canon
him.
because Green Lantern makes a bowl of chili using his powers, and it rates at 10 million Scolian units. It literally is canon to, like, the hottest peppers on the planet are about 2.6. But with this bowl of chili, the only two people to survive it was Galactus and Batman because he does not feel the pain for whatever reason. But even Superman was on the ground crying in the comic book after eating this chili.
Batman only feels emotional pain.
Plot armor.
I mean, look, for the Martian Manhunter comment, I mean, yeah, he is pretty strong. You know, he's super strong. He could go like intangible. He has like some psychic ability, but honestly, his weakness is fire. So if you get any type of heavy hitter with fire, you're pretty much taking him out because even his ability to like phase through matter doesn't work when there's fire around him. Like he can't phase through fire, for example. So someone like the Human Torch, the Phoenix, anyone with the Phoenix Force, Firestarter, any of these people are gonna pretty much take out Martian Manhunter without much difficulty.
Yep, Phoenix is the strongest of all.
Isn't pretty much
Nobody even brought up Phoenix during the debate, by the way. How much? Of a
I literally
powerhouse
was just
Phoenix
about
Force
to, and
is.
you said it. It's amazing.
Isn't pretty much everyone weak to fire? I mean, if you set Batman on fire, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I think Shrek.
Yeah, but to be such a powerful character and then be affected by fire, that's a pretty big weakness that's easily exploitable. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the Green Lantern used to be weak to the color yellow and wood, so a yellow number 2 pencil would have taken him out early on.
Wait, wood? I thought it was just the color yellow.
It's wood too. They were weak to wood as well at one point.
What a weakness.
Well, this was back during the 1960s, 70s. So yeah.
Was that the golden or silver age? Which one was that?
That's Gold Age, I believe.
Golden age.
Yeah,
Okay.
Golden Age. Yeah. This was right before Crisis.
Oh, okay. Good times. This is a good topic.
It was really good.
Yeah. So, all right, on the Marvel side, right? Nobody brought up the Phoenix Force and how powerful the Phoenix is.
True.
I think the Phoenix will mollywop a good chunk of DC. To be honest, I don't know if anybody wants to
agree. Phoenix technically is an elemental force. It's not a character, right? It's like a god.
Yeah.
It's
Okay, Jean Grey Phoenix Force.
Or Old Man Logan Phoenix Force.
Wouldn't the Dark Phoenix Force be stronger though?
The Dark Phoenix was just a Phoenix exposed to emotion, and it made Phoenix go like crazy for a bit because it never felt those sensations, and that's why the whole like Dark Phoenix saga sort of began. But they're essentially the same character.
Oh yeah.
Or same force.
Well, it's been 30 years since I watched that show, so. And I never read the comics that much. I've mostly read
that story arc was done fairly faithfully. I mean, it wasn't done like to a T, but the comic and the animated version were done pretty similar. Not the movies, by the way. Not the.
I like that movie. I like that movie a lot.
It wasn't bad, but it wasn't, like the Phoenix story was not properly represented in the movies.
Yeah.
I think
you got to go to the original 87 X-Men TV show if you want a good representation of Phoenix in media.
And I really think 1997 X-Men are doing really fucking good right now.
Oh, bro,
it's one of the best shows out.
It's so true. It's so true to the form
Great.
that it's actually following the lore. It's not bending it. It's not breaking it.
And they're doing so many things they couldn't have done in the 80s.
Right.
Like what they did to, I'm not even going to say it. Don't want to, spoilers.
Yeah, no spoilers. I haven't actually watched the new season yet.
You need to.
I will.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to it. Is it on Amazon?
Watched it.
Disney.
No,
Plus.
it's on Disney.
It's on Disney.
That's why I haven't gotten to it yet.
Just get the trial and then cancel it before they charge your card.
Yeah, I've had it. It just there's so much to do.
Binge it. You could binge it in like a day or two.
That's hard to do when I'm doing 11-hour panels with you guys.
Multitask, man.
Has anyone asked who's the weakest hero yet?
I'll be right back, gentlemen. Keep going.
Jubilee.
Did anyone ask who's the weakest?
Freakazoid is here.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Weakest
well, weakest in which terms?
Freak of you.
Used to love.
I've got to ask, weakest in which terms? Just physical or overall weakest?
Overall weakest, one from each side.
Kite Man.
Jubilee.
Kite
That man's
Man.
pretty trash. Jubilee is not weak.
Yeah, Jubilee during the
she's really weak.
saga is actually OP.
She started weak when her powers were developing, but she actually gets pretty powerful later on.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I'm
how
saying
about-
beginner Jubilee.
Elastic Man
Well-
from DC.
Well, in Marvel, there's Hindsight Lad. He has no powers, but he's really good at analyzing what should have been done.
Yes.
After the fact.
Yeah, that
And
guy's
there's
great.
also-
God, yeah.
There's Jazz, who's a mutant that just has blue skin. That's the power, just having blue skin. So,
Man, if we're going mutants, I would say I cannot remember his name. The mutant, he's with Jazz and all of them in the mutant underground, has the gills and stuff, and he has to actually like wear that breathing apparatus so that way he can breathe because he can't.
Oh,
breathe
that's
air.
the Inhuman. That's an Inhuman. I forgot his name.
I would say he would probably be the weakest, dude. Because if any damage happens to that necklace, he's done. So.
is it Chamber?
And he has no powers other than the fact he can breathe underwater.
I mean, that could work, to an extent. What if you grab somebody and you just take them underwater? You just chill there with them.
And most of
Now,
the
what
people he
was-
was going up against were like Sentinels, the X-Men, stuff like that. So he really ain't going to be able to show much there.
Oh, is his name Maggot?
No, that was a different one.
Okay,
Were
yeah, I'm
Snowflake
trying-
and Safe Space, was that Marvel or DC? Because all that whole
So
group
that was going to be
was a mess
Marvel.
of
It didn't actually come out. By the
I'm
way,
so glad
Thank goodness, that was a mess.
I mean,
Who would buy those?
I don't know if it would have been quite as bad as the culture war would make you think, but it was definitely leaned in heavily. I mean,
I don't know. Safe Space. What was the other one? Trendsetter.
Can't wait for those.
I don't know.
No,
I mean, like,
we
you can
definitely wait for
on-the-nose-
them and disavow. Wait for them and disavow. They never happened. They're not canon. Just keep them away.
Thank goodness.
Well, yeah, but again, this like we can assume that they would have been cringe or whatever, but like if the stories never came out, then we really just don't know. Like they could have been it could have been a fascinating story that like was using this kind of on the nose naming convention that was very much embraced by the culture war media outlets. Like it could have been using that as bait to like tell a really compelling story. So I mean, we don't know.
That is a possibility. That's a possibility, but were writers writing it or were activists writing it? That's what you really have to ask yourself.
I mean, some
because
writers are activists and some activists are writers.
No, but all right. If you have someone that's like very passionate about telling like authentic comic stories, which I do agree with you to an extent. I mean, like you mentioned earlier with the X-Men being like an allegory for like racism and like like homophobia and things of this nature. So you could write compelling stories like that, but what you really got to ask yourself is, were the people writing it like what were their intent? Like what were their actual intentions? Because Me personally, now obviously it never came out, so I can't tell you for sure how it would have been. But it did look like very politically motivated. It didn't feel like something that was like genuinely trying to be like inserted in the cultural zeitgeist of comics. You know,
I have a
who knows?
question.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Just in general.
Stanley,
Almost always had political charge like that.
Sasquatch is trying to ask a question, guys.
The Black Panther conundrum when it comes to comic books. How many of y'all are Black Panther fans or haters? Whichever you want to
I
go
love
with.
Black Panther.
I love Black Panther.
Yeah, I like
I
it.
love
Indifferent.
Black
It's a good story.
Hurts.
I
Every
like the
aspect
Black
of tropes
Panthers and I like
you find
Black
in
Panther.
comic books.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
My bad.
Say it again, Sasquatch.
He inverts every trope from the comic book genre that you would expect to find in your average comic book and turns it on his head, right? He's not a vigilante. He's a prince defending his kingdom, but he also goes out and whoops butt just because he feels like it sometimes. So he is a vigilante, right? He's unbelievably wealthy, doesn't share any of that wealth, really. He runs around doing like the street level crime thing as a hobby. I mean, what's not to love?
Yeah, true.
The fact they hog all the vibranium.
I was gonna bring that up. Yeah.
And I was just thinking here, who could fight? I was just thinking here, buddy. What's your name? Ling? Neo? Neo. The only person I could think of that could fight the Phoenix would be Spawn.
Spa?
Spock?
Spawn.
Oh, Spawn.
Spawn. Okay.
Well, Spawn is very powerful, but I don't know. I don't know about that one. Maybe. Well, no.
He's
Spawn's
almost
like
unlimited powerful.
Angels and devils and.
I suspect they would come to an agreement. I don't think either one would win that. They would merely fight to a point where they were like, okay, we just got to stop or we're going to destroy everything.
See, Marvel has already hinted at what's going to happen when everything gets destroyed. There's only 3 beings in all of Marvel that live outside reality and can survive reality collapsing.
And who are they?
Yeah,
They are Lady Death, Deadpool, and Time.
We've got 2 of them in the MCU already now. Aubrey Plaza.
Because the reason Deadpool can survive is also the reason why Lady Death is obsessed with him. He cannot die until he wills it. So if she has admitted that if everything in the universe is gone, it's going to be her, Deadpool, and Time who is left.
Well, it was Thanos. Thanos said that cursed Deadpool with immortality.
Yeah, but that's because
The
Lady
current
Death.
one. I'm talking the original. Like the original storyline with Lady
the original
Death and Deadpool. It was admitted that he cannot die. That is why Lady Death was so obsessed with him. And then later on, during one of the arcs, she was quoted in the book, like in the comic book, stating her, Deadpool, and Time will be the last thing standing when the universe ends.
No, it wasn't. Not Thanos. Who was it?
Well, Lady Death also prevented Thanos from going into like Death's realm because what was the reason? Didn't it have to do with Deadpool? Didn't it have like this like love triangle going on with the 3 of them?
Yeah, because she just didn't. She was just being a jealous girlfriend who can't actually get the man she's in love with.
Yeah, Thanos had a thing with her. Deadpool was kind of off-ish about her, and Thanos cursed Deadpool to never die because then he can never go actually meet up with, Lady Death.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay, so that he wouldn't get to Lady Death. Yeah.
Yeah. That was in the original comics. So I just literally read it about nigh on a year ago.
I mean, if you really think about it, right? Thanos' original motivation in the comics for wanting to destroy like half the universe to like appease Lady Death kind of makes him like probably the universe's biggest simp, right? We want to,
absolutely. He is the biggest simp, hands down.
Yeah, he's for sure a beta.
He makes Mr. Fantastic look like a Chad. Let's be fair.
I mean, but is Mr. Fantastic's not really a simp? He kind of ignores Susan.
In the comic books, he was a hard simp for his girl behind closed doors. He definitely loved Susan.
But didn't they also have an issue where he like constantly ignored her to like pursue his experiments, and then she ended up having
that
like
that was added in later on, and it was actually exacerbated also towards the end to add more more issues with the characters and the interdimensional workings of the Fantastic Four team. However, when they were still on side characters, he was described as being a very loving and extra devoted husband to his wife, who just happens to forget she exists from time to time because of his research.
from time to time. Yeah, I don't have a wife.
This is literally how the comic book put it in the beginning.
Then what about Itsy Bitsy then? That was one of my favorite stories.
Which one?
Itsy Bitsy.
I'm not familiar with that one off the top of my head.
It's a Deadpool and a Spider-Man story where
that sounds fun.
they steal Spider-Man and Deadpool's DNA, combine it, and create this terrifying, gun-wielding, sword-wielding, six-armed woman in a kind of fusion Deadpool Spider-Man outfit who goes around terrorizing everyone.
Cool.
John Mosman with the Big Five says, who is everyone's favorite X-Men? I love Nightcrawler, especially from the OG X-Men arcade game. Anyone born before 1990 knows what I mean. And I will say, I actually just went on a big X-Men movie watching sprint, just because I watched Deadpool and Wolverine, and I was like, oh, now I got to go back to all of the Wolverine. So I just started with the first X-Men and went from there. So, but
my favorite is Rogue, but not Anna Paquin. Down with Anna Paquin.
Storm.
Well,
Team Storm.
Gambit was my favorite.
Beast.
You did yourself a favor watching the X-Men movies right before, because they're going to be a big part of Avengers Doomsday, which is really exciting. I actually agree with Nightcrawler. I mean, I was born a little bit after 1990, but I only 2 years later. But I think I remember the arcade game in question. I believe I played it as a kid, so I think that in the animated series might be why I have the affinity for Nightcrawler that I do.
Nightcrawler in the second movie, in that first scene where he like invades the White House and he just like beats up all the guards, that really made him an extremely popular character culturally, because you know, it was the first time you saw like one of their powers truly represented properly on screen, you know, like live action. So that a lot of like Nightcrawler fans came from that. Gambit was always personally my favorite, just because I just thought he was a cool character. You know, he could like blow things up. You know, he had like the red eyes and stuff like that. I always thought that was neat. So,
I'm assuming you know the lore of Buddy, who played him in Deadpool, and how he bought the rights to be able to do Gambit, but they never did the movie, and that's why he's in Deadpool as Gambit, was because of that whole thing.
Channing Tatum's Gambit.
Yeah.
He
was supposed to be made. Yeah,
with him. Yeah, it never
happened.
Man.
Yeah. I think that last Deadpool movie where they brought Gambit and all that stuff, it was like bringing my childhood to life.
It was a great movie.
It was dope.
Why didn't they have a Gambit movie?
He had a very cosplayish I know his outfit was like comic accurate, but it looks very like I don't know, it looks kind of fake to me. I don't know if I'm the only one that feels that. I thought he did a great job though. I thought he did good.
He was hilarious.
And just so everybody knows, I still have Flo is backstage, but I don't know where he went. I don't know if he's coming back, or maybe I need to just text him. But I also have Osron backstage. I have James Life Talks, and I have John Mosman also waiting. So to the oh wait, I get one up. There's Osron.
I'll get out of here because I'm planning on heading out anyway.
Yeah, I'm leaving too. I gotta go.
Okay. Well, I was going to make people grift to bring more people up, but you know, you guys just volunteer to leave. And
I mean, if y'all want, y'all could always pay to like kick me out again. That'll be great. Then we can get Sara some more money. Yeah.
Actually, I want to put a compilation together of people paying to kick me off the panel. I need to go through and like get all the clips. But I think it's gonna be some good content.
My God. That would be a great compilation because it just kept going and going. Every time you'd come back up, they're like, send him back. It was the never ending.
No, but I'm gonna head out of here. Look, everybody, this was a great topic. Thanks, Sarah, for hosting this. Once again, I appreciate the more lighthearted conversations once in a while. Everybody, y'all have a great night, man. Take care.
Good night, Neo. Thanks for popping on.
I have a question for the panel. Who is the most shortchanged character out of Marvel?
How do you mean? Like
The actual character in the comics is better in absolutely every way and depicted better in every way, but in the movies he's total pushover. Who is it?
In Marvel, that's a tough pick.
Jubilee.
I think.
Jubilee was awesome in the comics, but then when she got, actually on screen time, she pretty much didn't do much of jack shit.
I would actually say of all the Marvel characters that was kind of made into a little like pussified pushover was Cyclops, because he's the leader of the X-Men and he's just always like, like he just, I always did not like the way that they made Cyclops in the movies. I always
Yeah, for sure, because he was like a cuck in the comics. He like challenged Wolverine. He didn't go like, "Oh, Daddy, please don't hurt me." No, he was like, "No, let's go, bro."
Yeah, the original cartoon, Cyclops and Wolverine came to a head.
They did, yeah, for
Quite
sure.
a few times.
I think the character that we're all missing here is right in front of our eyes. It's the Hulk. I mean, he got completely cucked out of a really like he could have been like Infinity War, Endgame. He didn't get a chance to Hulk out like at all.
He's gonna wait till
Hulk has been weakened a lot and everything.
My biggest issue was how they glossed over Planet Hulk.
That's true about Planet Hulk. But what about Thor when he was in the other world there? The garbage world.
Yeah, Ragnarok was cool. Yeah.
So no, he no. The Hulk's everybody's favorite character.
Well, if the Hulk decides to slap Tom has to give it a second.
I'm green. I smash things. The Hulk.
Goddamn right he does.
Yo, Hulk also has a huge heart, bro. He just wants to be left alone. We all feel that.
Huge things.
Yeah, he's got a huge heart, but he smashes things.
Only when you make him angry. You won't like Hulk when he's angry. He says it himself.
Yeah, but there's that point where Professor Hulk came out.
Yep. There's Banner Hulk.
Brains and the brawn
Banner
together.
Hulk's great.
Yeah, the brains and the ball together.
He is cool.
He figured out time travel too.
Yep.
I also I mean I know this may be a little too on brand for me. Maybe it's on the nose and expected, but I thought She-Hulk was a pretty good show myself. Like, I think the hated God was
Boo.
like, I don't understand how they hated God. I think people like really missed the mark on the criticism.
Never heard of that one.
I started really liking you during this panel, and then you say that.
I know. Yeah.
I mean, give a real criticism of the show. Like I thought it was fun.
Is this a woman Hulk or something? Like,
yes. Yeah,
He was kind of a like the She-Hulk. Did you watch the show? It was kind of odd. Like, and it moved really fast, and it was just I don't know. It was just weird.
Let's just
I
be
hate it
honest,
when
Ryan.
they change
You're
characteristics of a character.
Finkel's Flow State's not even fucking here, Finkel. He came on, turned on his channel, turned on his stream, and he's getting freebies over on his end for something he's
I'll
not.
text him. Hold on.
Like,
Isn't he in here right there? I don't know. I see his icon.
I
there.
just put him back up, but he had me.
Oh.
He had me backstage. He's like, "I'll be back." He's probably taking a shit right now, not even doing anything. And
oh wait,
and
no, Finkel, it wasn't to Flo. It's actually to me. I actually thank you, Finkel. That's huge.
Well, then I'm happy.
Yeah, I think this is like
then I'm very
one of my
happy.
first super chats. Yeah, it's really cool. Because I recently got remonetized after a very long time. So this is,
So you're probably a big Ray fan, aren't you, Ryan? You probably love Ray.
I'm not a big Star Wars guy, but I thought The Last Jedi was really good. It actually got me excited.
Of course you would.
Oh my goodness!
That's actually why.
Okay, you just lost like 9,000. You lost over 9,000 respect right there.
That's fine. I don't care. I care about like speaking my truth. I'm not here to impress you guys.
I know.
Like,
You're
my
speaking your truth.
I respect you for speaking your truth. I respect you.
Yeah, I got to back
Well,
him
I'll say
up.
two
Star
things.
Wars, Last Jedi was that was actually pretty good.
It was a good movie. It got
It
a
was
lot of
really
hate
good.
for a lot of dumb reasons.
was
I mean,
neat.
there were problems with it, but like every movie has problems. But I wanted to just for one second, I want to speak to one of the big criticisms of She-Hulk that people had was like this idea that because there's a clip of like from the first episode where she's talking about how she always has to control her anger, and she's like telling Bruce Banner off, and like everyone's like, oh, she's always gonna have like she's never gonna have to deal with the consequences of getting angry. But like if you actually watch the show, she goes on to face real consequences for getting too angry because she was wrong. She overestimated her own abilities to, and that was like part of the character arc. But people like really committed to that one. People were so upset about that one speech, even though it was setting up the latter half of the show where she actually like ends up like, getting locked up for hulking out and causing all sorts of trouble. So I'll just say that about She-Hulk.
I don't know. There was a lot of people very angry about that whole twerking scene too.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
completely
Oh,
unnecessary.
Yeah,
I think the major complaint was there was not one sandwich made during the entire time.
The only
I
sandwich
hope-
was made by Bruce.
I hope this actually came in. Did this come in on your end too again, Ryan?
Yeah, who beat Brick
Good.
with a birch branch? I don't know what that means, but thank you, Finkel. Super cool. I this is so weird for me. I'm not used to like receiving a super chat and having to read it out
This
loud
is
myself.
Branch.
So.
This is
Okay,
Branch.
Branch. Yeah. Who did that to you? Was it Superman? Did he beat? You're his werewolf, right?
Did you see the hit piece Finkel did on me earlier today?
No.
I will now. I'll have to watch it.
It was mostly muck.
Oh. What was it about?
Oh, Muck was crying because I asked for donos during my streams.
Oh darn! To get paid for the
Yeah,
work
heaven
you do.
forbid.
Apparently there's virtue in poverty.
Yeah,
I would
okay,
love
then
donuts myself.
you know what? Actually, Andrew brought up a good point. He said, okay, well then if you don't want to make money off of the streams you do and you're so virtuous, then why don't you make money and then donate it to charity?
Good
Yeah.
point.
Right? Yeah, I thought that was a
prefer to
great
just
point.
waste my time and have
Yeah.
fun because it's
Right.
right.
Or you just accept that there's people out there who want to
Pocket watch.
tell you what you should do and they never look to themselves, you know. I mean,
All of them tell us what we should do. I'm only here for the clout.
yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, me
And
I
you
wanna
get that
know-
clout. You deserve it.
I want to know how people expect me to tolerate a lot of these people on panel and not get paid for it.
1,000%. Me drunk the other night was ridiculous. I can't believe you don't hate me.
No, you were fine.
Except
10th
that she
man,
doesn't hate
that was fairly mild for you. But I mean,
I honestly
you
don't
really think
remember.
about it. I mean, especially if you actually are putting on a show, you put entertainment together. You do all. I mean, just alone.
Yeah, you
today,
guys do a lot of work.
I was messaging with like 10 different other content creators putting stuff together, and this is like a daily thing, and I'm back and forth between people picking dates, doing this. Well, they don't like this prompt, they don't like this one. Well, he's yelling at this person, she's yelling at
Yep.
him. Like, and all of this shit that I'm doing,
And that's
you
work.
guys
That
have,
is work.
Yeah,
That's work.
you guys have no idea what it takes behind the scenes, and
Oh,
then
I do.
and then reminding people that they have a debate tonight, or that they have, you know, hey, if you need to connect your stream, do this, or people saying like, well, what is this, or people having to reschedule, and then you have to go back through 4 other people and try to get them back on the calendar again, and it's like, there you have no idea.
Sarah, the other day, somebody told me, they said, oh, they were going to pay Andrew the $1,000. It's like by proxy, it's a whole thing, right? And they brought it up, and I'm like, listen, the only thing I can tell you is go to Tomatoes show and join her Discord. She said that if you do the work, she'll facilitate it. So I'm like, and that's all I'm doing, right? I'll send them in the right way, but I'm not doing extra work, right?
Right.
You guys do it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a lot. I mean, even you know, I appreciate it when the I call them like the amateur debaters or newbies, like when they bring it to me and they're like, hey, we want to debate this person and this person. Here's our prompt, here's what we want to do. And I'm like, hey, if you're going to do that part of it, right, like I'll put together a show for that, because you've taken out all of the research, the connecting, trying to make sure I can get a hold of someone, whatever.
Yeah.
You've taken all the footwork out of it. And if it's just a matter of you need a platform, I'll spare a Saturday night for that. That doesn't bother me. But like I'm not going to go reaching out to amateurs and be, you know what I mean? Because now it's gotten to a point where it's like we all have to move forward together, in that aspect. And like you have to bring something to the table too.
Right.
Finkel in with the big 20 says donos to time people out and bail people out. By the way, timeout brick for 1/10 of a second.
Brutal.
There you go.
Welcome back.
That wasn't long enough.
Well, don't worry, your gay lover Chuck in Tennessee gave another dono.
Thank God you didn't say me.
Yeah, Chuck. Yeah, Chuck.
And see, Flo, I respect it, even though it's not on my platform.
I love you now, Brick. I love you now.
Damn it. I lost my thought.
I was gonna say,
just says there's virtue in poverty in the sense that you can remain virtuous when you're poor, not that you remain poor to say virtuous. And I say that's absolutely false. Virtue is a luxury, and people in poverty are the most desperate and the least likely to be concerned with virtue.
If they had the opportunity, it's usually people who don't have the ability, who don't find the need, like they scoff at money if they're not able to make it or whatever the case. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that's what I notice. Bail out for the birch. Bail out for the birch stick victim.
And I couldn't help but notice that during this, while Muckster was bitching about me making money or asking for money, he also snuck in a complaint that Finkel hadn't donated to him.
Well, you know what I think is interesting, Sarah, is I've dealt with this, and I'll tell you what, this is usually one of the biggest complaints that I have about people who tend to be especially more like on the liberal sphere of things. But like I think with people who look at something and assume something and then have some type of animosity towards somebody that has something that they don't have. And I remember I had a friend, we'd go by the golf course, and there's always $1 million houses by the golf course, and they would look at the house and they go, well, why can't I have that house? And I'm just thinking to myself, how many holidays did they sacrifice with their families to get that? How much time did they, what are you willing to do? Everyone wants to think about what being able to have the ability to have that, but they don't think about what it requires for them to actually get it.
Yeah,
and I just think that's just asinine for people to think that way.
I agree with that. And I also look at the fact that like I am working a 9 to 5 and I'm still able to pump out, these streams with you guys. And I have to start late, right? I have to start late because I also want time with my kids. So I typically start when they're going to bed. Sometimes they have a way of making their way back downstairs. But I mean, if you're gonna do 80 hours a week, then you know what? I think you deserve the super chats too. But if you're not doing, shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
And I get it. If you're retired and you're doing this as a hobby and it's fun for you to talk to people, okay, fine. Or if you're just a panelist and you just enjoy doing this, whatever, fine. But don't complain to me when, like if we're able to monetize and do something with it and we have goals and purposes or whatever, like you have no fucking clue what anybody's doing behind the scenes. And you're going to sit there and be like, oh, they're not allowed to make money. That ain't right. Bree with the big 20 says, came from Chris's raid. And shout out to Chris Lestrange. I appreciate your raid. I missed that earlier. I realized in the chat we got raided. But thank you so much, Chris. But came from Chris's raid to support and have really enjoyed this. Great job, Sarah. Thank you. I feel like I didn't have to really do it. I just set this up and you guys came on. We made it fun. It's enjoyable.
you're prompting like whenever things kind of slowed down a little bit. I think it kept it going like a lot longer than it would have if it was just like me and Craig bouncing. So no, I think you helped a lot.
Well, thank you.
The only reason they're critiquing you for about making money is because they're jealous of you. Trust me, I've been doing this a lot longer than you guys, and they're jealous. When I took a little bit of money, I lost friends because I wasn't fundraising for them anymore, and I fundraised for myself because my computer broke.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, "How much money?" They got real weird, man, real weird.
Well, and you know what it reminds me of? There's a quote that I heard one time, and it's an interesting quote, which is, when someone's like, "Well, that person's they're right about what they're saying because they're making a complaint and they're right about what they're saying." And the response to that is, of course, that's like the last refuge of being a loser, right? Is that you get to be right about your complaint, or seemingly get the right to be right about your complaint. And I think that's one of the things that's like the last solace for anybody that is in a situation where they're so butthurt by that fact that makes them feel that way. I mean, that's their last refuge for having a position.
I think that it's like talent, like the football star at school, or and I mean, obviously you do have to have some formulation of talent built in, but you also have to have the drive, motivation, and the ability to get out there and fucking do it. When I first started this show, I remember I was like, I'll just do one night a week. It'll be something. It was just, let's have some fun, and see what happens. And then things obviously changed for my daughter. And then I was so close to monetization. At the same moment, I was like, okay, I've got two options, to like supplement for what she needs. I've got two options. I can either stop streaming because it's a night I can't afford to give away and go bartend on the weekends or something, or I can see what happens with the monetization and see if that kicks me off. And obviously it's worked out for the better. But the minute I made that decision, I also got my ass in gear. I started streaming 4 nights a week, and I was finding my purpose and where I was going to go with it. And obviously here we've landed on debates somehow because you all like me yelling at you to shut the fuck up.
Yes, Mean Mummy is hot. Flo, your mic is low.
I love you.
Wait, are you shocked? You're shocked that there's a whole
I can't hear you when you talk.
There's a whole industry out there with people who like getting slapped by women and with leather, and I mean,
it's a whole thing. But I mean, like I work my ass off. So fuck
I respect you.
I'm gonna get myself paid for that. Fuck you. Would you put in an extra 40 hours a week on top of your day job for nothing? No, I don't think
I used to. They don't appreciate
That'd
it.
be ridiculous to do it for nothing. That'd be ridiculous.
Exactly.
And
Well, you were gonna say something,
Give
Ryan?
Sarah money. Yeah. I was just gonna. I mean, first of all, give Sarah money. Second of all, just as a little bit of transparency with me, like a software engineer, it's a weird time for us, especially for those of us who lost a job
because you're
recently.
redundant.
And a little bit. At least we're perceived to be redundant. But I'm not just a software engineer. I'm also an educator, and I come here and do debates, and I try to help Sarah make a lot of money doing this. But this is something that I've wanted to lean into for a very long time, and I know that I have a lot of people who dislike me and like arguing with me, and people who grow to like me. So I just want to say, since my channel is recently monetized and I want to do this a lot more, please let me grift. Come over to the Radical Coder channel, give me your subscriptions, and feel free to donate. I have memberships now, and there's going to be a lot more of this. Okay, because I know we've got.
Hey, do you do panels?
I know.
Do you do panels like this?
I'll do panels. Maybe not quite like this, but I'll do panels.
No one does it quite like Sarah, though, right? So, that's the
I
point.
dare you. I dare you.
I don't want to compete with Sarah. I think Sarah and I would
It's not
supplement each other well.
competitive. No, I think you know what I think all content creators should further support. I'm happy to let the plug be a plug, because I think without one there is not without one there is not another. And I am grateful that a lot of content creators are willing to work with me, and I always offer that ability to dual stream for that very purpose, because I know our time is precious and we're not going to just give it up for nothing, right? Yeah, sure, come stream on my stream and then not make any money yourself. That'd be stupid, right? That would be absolutely foolish. So please, everyone, feel free to go over and send some donos Ryan's way so that we can get him incentivized to get his ass moving.
Yeah, and more important, like I'm less concerned about like immediate donos. I want people to come over and just like, so that when I stream again, which I'm probably gonna stream like for the next like 12 hours or something. I'm gonna go on after this stream ends tonight and everything. I'm gonna stay on as long as people come over. Like that's the thing. I just want people in the chat to fight with or argue with or chat with, you know. And so that's I just want people to know that I'm streaming, like because
this is the worst idea ever. Let's do it.
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm just letting you know, like I'll be out here, okay? So
well,
stay
I'll
tuned.
talk and spar with you, Ryan. And like I said, I have no animus towards anybody except for people who say things in a very sophistry way. But you know, I think it's good to have people that disagree with you. I mean, I think iron sharpens iron is a good thing. So
yeah, absolutely.
And
My channel's always been
Finkel-
historically. Sorry, yeah, go ahead with Finkel. Yeah.
Finkel coming in with the 5 gifted Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you so kindly, Finkel. We appreciate you. Everyone, can you throw a bunch of tomatoes in chat for Finkel? He's a proud sponsor here at the Raging Tomato, and we love him. Chuck in Tennessee with a big 5 says 5 minutes for the twink upper left corner. Unfortunately, the twink in the upper left-hand corner is one of the original panelists of the initial debate, and you cannot time him out. But thank you for the $5. I will credit it. I will credit it back to you, Chuck. Chuck, if you do choose to put somebody else in timeout, you can just tag me in the chat. And actually, speaking of other debaters coming up and more stuff I was dealing with today, Mr. Marte with the big 5 says, for having to deal with my pre-debate mess, he's doing it. So I've started getting these notifications from some random dude I've never spoken with before, never talked to, never had any insight of who he was or anything, saying like, why haven't you set this up yet? Why aren't you doing this? Like, you're lying, you're this. And I'm like, who are you? And I guess he got into a little verbal or I don't know, keyboard battle with Mr. Marte on Threads and wanted to set up a debate and then somehow my name got thrown into that mix, but I never got cued in on it. And now the guy's like spurging because it's been like 3 days and a debate hasn't been set up yet. And it's stupid shit like that you deal with. And I mean, it is.
And he only gives you $5.
Oh no, that's okay. But Marte's cool. I foresee him coming on and doing some moderator Mondays and other things. So I'm not concerned. Remember, people can contribute with their time, their views, playing in the chat and so on and so forth. So I'm not crying about that one. And Finkel actually, Chuck, sorry. Finkel actually discredited your timeout and says twinks need airtime too. I see your 5 and I raise you 1. So Chuck, actually, you have no timeout ability at this point. So Brick can keep the twink company. Okay, so Brick, you got 5 minutes backstage. All right, enjoy. And
then we have one. Oh wait, no, sorry.
Oh, they're coming. We're a little behind. And then Robert is the most polite every stream.
He's a great guy.
But always every stream comes on just to tell me, thank you for the stream. Appreciate you, Sarah. Well, I appreciate you, Robert.
Good to see you, Rob.
This one's me. Thank you again, Finkel. This is super cool. I am Ryan. I'm Ryan, the radical coder in the chat. For all of you, I've followed a lot of you many times in the past, but I am the same one who comes on here and talks about how feminism is not cancer and how social justice is kind of based and how Trump is a bad guy. So yeah, I'll be around, and you can, if you disagree with those things,
cringe is so real.
I totally agree with your views.
I find a lot of the things you guys say cringe too. Okay, like the feeling's mutual. All right.
I like your lack of self-confidence. You seem malleable.
This is why you won the psychopathy test.
You're welcome.
And
there are too many power cuts, Sara, today. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I know it's pretty often that your internet seems to suck, but whatever. We live with it. And Finkel
That's
says,
weird for tech support.
Well, just because they support doesn't mean
We're all gonna burn into hell for that one. Finkel says with a big tent, he says, "Dang it, Sarah, they threw maters at me. Does this stain? I'll tell you what. Wash it in warm water, put some bleach on it, you'll be all right. And see what you did to Mr. Marte. You forced him to send another 5. He says, okay, you pulled my leg. And then, oops, that was supposed to be 10. Fixed it. Thanks, Marte. We appreciate you. Don't stress it. All right, back to you, panel.
I don't think Tin Man heard me though. Just because they support don't mean they have support.
Yes, I have noticed many technicians are very terrible at their job. I know.
The person
have
was
you turned it
playing
on
the
and
role
then
of
turned it back on, or have you turned it off and then back on?
I had a lady one time. I said, "I need you to go unplug your cable box." This was when I worked for a cable company, and she goes, "I don't know how to do all that stuff."
the person was playing.
Power?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so unplug it from power. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the person was playing. The person was playing Batman. He left.
Yeah, he's gone.
He's gone. Oh,
He's gone.
I wanted to ask him so many things. He skipped out on a lot of things in DC, like regarding villains. He didn't take Mandrake into consideration, Antagon. He didn't take pre-crisis Mordor into consideration. Then he didn't take Parallax or even Monarch. There were so many villains actually who are very
So nerdy, it hurts.
yeah. There are too many villains in DC, and DC is vast. At first, I used to think there were only 52 universes, but actually, like after I saw the whole map of DC created by Grant Morrison, it's like it's an infinite universe contained within infinity. It's like too vast, and I wanted to ask him so many questions, but he left actually. That's the sad part.
Thank Jesus.
Well, maybe Batman doesn't want to promote villainy because he spends so much of his time defeating the villains. He's not going to sit up here and preach about how great they are when he has to spend all of his time taking them down whenever they get promoted. So, in his defense, I think it's reasonable for Batman to
Speaking of
background.
Batman. No.
Nice try.
Ryan, that actually kind of another one.
Flow state. Chuck
Give a
says,
pro-Trump pitch or throw a 10th man in the back.
I'm good with either. I'll just say that Batman's the only superhero that can
Wait a second. No, I'm not losing my gay. All right. Vote for Donald Trump.
What?
He really is. He, along with the South African billionaire, the richest man in the world, and a Kennedy, Donald Trump is going to save America. He's going to save the world. He's going to save you. Forget that he's got a gold toilet. Forget that he's a wrestling douchebag and an actor. This man truly loves America, and he truly loves you. And God.
Hallelujah.
Sorry, I thought I was about to be kicked. That's why I was trying to butt in.
Hallelujah.
you need more. That wasn't
Need
enough.
more?
Praise the
Well, I
Lord.
mean, what could you not love about the guy? He's bringing home poverty to manufacturing back to America.
Golden age.
He's manipulating the market with tariff, non-tariff, tariff, non-tariff. But at least he's not Biden. He is conscious and not weakened at Bernie's. It's not White House at Bernie's.
His pants.
Don't be rude.
But he's look in a system where you've got two wings on the same bird working in tandem. This wing is marginally better than the other wing. So be sure to vote for Donald Trump, fight with everybody else around you who doesn't agree, and rest assured that you are doing your part to support the system that enslaves you.
That was beautiful.
Thank
Great stuff there.
Right with me especially.
And Sarah, he likes ladies peeing on him, from what I hear too.
And you
No, it's the other way around.
Point of him posting himself as a pope. So
Thank you, John Mosman. You're up here, right? Yeah, I appreciate
Hold on,
that.
can you?
I am
is
the
my
one.
Is my mic working?
Yeah, we can hear you, Rocky.
All right, thank you.
Although I'm
gonna
probably
put my
a little bit left liberal, but I hear
superhero hat on. Hold on. superhero hat on.
Is it a condom?
Rocky,
Not all
listen
heroes
to
are
rule
pink.
number 12, the unwritten rule. Mic check.
All right, now
MAGA King.
Bricky. Now that
That's
the
a
panel
Budweiser
is
hat that you modified, isn't it?
Nice.
now that the panel is full again, Bricky is stuck backstage. So if you want to bring him back up, you know what to do. You got to boot someone to get someone back on, except for Ryan. Ryan cannot be.
He's
touched.
stuck like that facial expression as Varun has, where he looks like he's disappointed in you.
Rocky, tell us about your superhero stuff.
The real superhero
Is Jesus.
is Jesus.
Oh my God.
Jesus. Right. Okay. Now, and the real hero is standing behind me.
Is that Gabriel?
I think that's Archangel Michael.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
like Gabe. I'm very fond of Gabriel.
No, you're cutting in and out, 10th man.
I don't know who it is.
I'll be back.
But DC Comics is heavily based even on the Christian religion as well. There's Lucifer, then there's the Archangel Michael. They actually, how they fight in the end and they meet the presence. And the presence tells Lucifer that I hope you understood the futility of it all. You can't be your own maker. Even I too was shaped by external forces. So there's no point in trying to, what do you say, go beyond the plan that I've given for you. And he says, fine, but from now onwards, I don't want to see you ever again. And he flies out of the multiverse. Have you read that comic? It's
I don't
beautiful,
understand
actually.
what you're saying. What are you saying? I can't understand you. I can't
No, in the
really
comics,
understand half the shit
DC,
you're talking
the
about.
DC,
What I was
the
trying to
DC.
say is that the comic heroes are fallen angels, and Superman is a fallen star, kryptonite, and so
No.
they always
We know
Superman represents
Superman
hope.
really
Can
is.
I finish?
Superman.
Can I finish? Superman always wants to save the world from destruction, but God is going to destroy this earth. There's going to be a new earth, and no fucking Superman or superhero is going to stop him. You got it?
You do realize that Superman actually is just...
That's a sweet death cult you got there, Rocky.
yeah. But you do realize
When can we
Superman
eat
really
some people this weekend at church?
Superman legitimately is
Oh,
propaganda for immigration.
destroying
You know
the
that, right?
wicked.
He's an
wicked
immigration
will be
propagandist.
destroyed.
No, but Superman in the comics represents hope. No matter what you do, you can't kill hope. He is the very embodiment of hope. His powers are actually limitless. If you check this channel called, yeah, but in the comics, he is like almost limitless with his powers. In real life, it's just fiction. But in the comics, he represents hope. No matter what you do, you can't kill hope. He has been. Okay,
Rocky,
yeah, go ahead.
All the
Simon.
superheroes
you
are
got
fallen
5 minutes
angels.
in the back. All right, I got Brick coming back up, and then we also have Harvey Quack waiting in line backstage.
But a lot of people don't realize when I say that, like Superman was legitimate immigration propaganda for its day. It was written by two immigrants. It was all about the idea of the immigrant coming to the United States, adopting the United States as his own place, and representing what America would become.
Well, wait a minute. Immigrants, people coming to America and adopting it as their own, that is what America's founded on.
No,
That
I'm
is
not
the
saying
foundation of
it's not. I'm just saying it's still propaganda from immigrant. It's an immigrant propaganda.
I guess.
That's where it started.
Yeah, but
That's
it's
where
just
started.
kind of it feels kind of weird to say that like it was going on to what America would become.
God,
when,
you
like,
don't
what
need.
you
There's
described
nothing
is
to
the
argue with.
foundation
He's
of
just
America.
telling you why it was created. He's not like.
I understand. I'm not.
Yeah,
trying
I'm
to deport
not
anybody.
arguing whether it's bad or good propaganda. I'm just saying it was propaganda.
I'm not either. I was saying what you said was it was weird for you to say that they was describing what America would become when I'm saying that what you described is how America was founded. That's all.
All right, I guess
No, that's not necessarily true, but okay.
Well, some would argue that America
okay.
wasn't founded on this
Yeah.
idea of immigration.
Who would argue that?
There's some
People
that would
who
argue that.
have
I've had people
a
argue with
historical
that.
understanding. Of the
Okay,
United
argue
States.
that point,
Yeah, let's hear
James.
it.
I didn't say I was one of them people.
Well, you're the one representing that side right now that I've never heard because you brought it into the conversation.
I've
So
had
I have to
people
assume that you're
argue with
arguing
me.
it.
I don't remember exactly what their points were.
Do you believe that?
I don't believe that. I just said I.
Okay, then why are you bringing it up?
I'm just saying. I was just clearly saying.
Sounds
that
like
there
you're
are
trying to
people-
shit and stay on the pot.
No,
Wait, did
I
do
was
that
just
right?
saying simply there are people that would argue that.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
Yeah, you did it right.
Yeah.
Awkward
Then
silence.
put it away, James, motherfucker.
Put what away? What the?
This message is sponsored in part by.
Just had to throw that in there for Naomi. I love you, Naomi.
That's funny.
Have we heard of like the Matrix being like a plot of the Bible? Have we heard that?
Yeah.
I've heard of that one because
It for sure is, yeah.
They say the Matrix was made by Mormons. I think it
What, James? What the?
You know, some people would disagree with that and say it wasn't made by the Mormons.
Some people say it was made by the Mormons, if I remember right.
It was made by 2 trans women.
At the time,
Matrix was inspired by. Matrix was inspired by that 1990s movie Dark City, in which the aliens kidnap humans and implant false memories. They want to study memories actually,
I'm not saying
and everything. Yeah, everything created as actually like an illusion for them to study about human memories. Actually, it's actually heavily taken from Dark City.
Yep. And that's what the plot of the Dark City is, and that's what. And before anyone talks about, and I like the Matrix, don't get me wrong, but Matrix, it ripped off Dark City for sure, 100%.
Yeah.
Aliens versus Predators is best.
Then I agree with that.
Aliens versus.
I agree.
No.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Aliens and Predator supremacy. That's Dark Horse
Yo,
Comics. Fuck
Have
Marvel
you guys seen the
and
trailer for the
DC.
new one?
It gets way too
Have
much
you guys
hate.
seen the trailer for the new Alien Predator movie? There's a hybrid now.
Oh,
It is literally a hybrid of an alien and a freaking predator, all in one.
Oh no.
They might be
This
doing
is
too
why
much.
I
But
don't give a shit about movies.
Star Wars versus Star Trek.
Wars. It's not even a question.
Star Trek, forget
Star Wars.
Star Wars is
Star Trek.
great
Like,
and
it's
awesome,
not even
but Star
close.
Trek is way better than Star Wars.
Yeah.
Disavow, James. Disavow.
No,
I
I
love
disagree.
them.
Star
I
Wars
love
is
them.
better.
I just
I love
lost
them
Chase.
both. I love them
both.
But
so sad.
at least Star Trek is its own creation, and it isn't just a space ripoff of Joseph Campbell. As good as it is, it's still just Joseph Campbell in space.
But to some extent, what they show in these comics, you can implement in real life. Like Batman, he goes to Tibet and he learns Tumo meditation. There is something really called Tumo meditation, in which you can lower the temperature of your body or you can increase the temperature of your body. He can survive in cold actually, and he can even survive in very hot weathers as well. So that decreases the metabolism of the body, and you can store energy even better than while you sleep. So Tumo meditation is real, and Batman trained in Tumo meditation. Then he went to a mad scientist in Russia called Sergey, and he learned about electronics from him. So certain things about Batman can be made true. And as far as sleep is concerned, how he copes with it is he follows the Uberman sleep pattern. In that, actually, like you can get power naps for 2 to 3 hours, and you'll be energized throughout the whole day. So certain things they show in the comics are not. It's not completely nonsensical. There is some truth in it.
I will say this though, I do like Star Trek, even though it is atheist gobbledygook.
What?
You know,
How's that?
Well, the whole concept of Star Trek is based on the idea that humanity will be improved when you take away capitalism, and when you take away and you advance technology, and then the whole idea of the prime directive, like this the whole idea of it, and because Roddenberry was an atheist, so I mean, like it's built on this idea that the best of humanity happens when it has the most technological advancements, and once it has that, all of the conflicts of humanity goes away, and they all go together, and they come together to work as one federation, and then they go out into the greater.
That sounds more communist than atheist, but
It's both. It's both. It's both, though. I mean,
well, we all know that God created capitalism, so
Yeah, God did create capitalism because that's normal exchanges without. Really, you think God created communism? You think God took away free will so that some other centralized authority could decide what to do with it?
I don't think that capitalism is the opposite of communism, or I'd rather say opposite, but I don't think it's the only. There's only two extremes there.
There is because the only axis we're talking about here is the axis of individual autonomy versus centralized.
We
control.
can't hear you, Brick.
Absolutely, power.
I don't think critiquing capitalism makes me like a communist. That's what
I don't. I would disagree with that because there are people who are very much in what is known as the distribution,
I know that
distributism, and all that would also have a critique. I have a critique of capitalism in that sense too.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone has critiques of capitalism. Like living under capitalism means that you, like, in a liberal capitalist society, we have a constitution that we can adjust because we critique the system and change it, right? So it's not.
You know that capitalism and communism are different. It's not. I'm talking about the economic system, not the governmental.
We're not living on a pure capitalism. Pure capitalism would have
where do
no
you think-
restrictions.
Where do you think the economic system comes from, if not the governmental
Regulation being here is not.
I think
pure
that economic systems form naturally when individuals trade. So you could have the government be obliterated, and people would still trade, and they would trade in a capitalist. They would trade in a capitalist fashion.
No government system. You have true capitalism, true actual unadulterated capitalism, because you won't have regulation. Because any regulation defeats the purpose.
Capitalism
of
primarily refers to private owner, a specific kind
private
of
property ownership.
So,
and
exactly. So if you don't have
there's a second. There's two key things. You only said one of them. What's the other one?
Trade is part of it.
Voluntary transactions.
Yes.
Okay, so
also known as contract law.
I'm sorry. I thought I was going to be able to say the other part. So if you don't have a government to decide, you don't have some sort of hierarchy that's deciding what that private property is or who actually owns the property, then you don't have capitalism. You need a government to actually uphold.
So we get ownership through government.
That's commie.
I mean, if somebody steals from you and you don't have a government, then you just have to go fight them and take it back. If someone steals from you in our society, you can call the police, which I would prefer.
But see that now you're building off of a system of saying that the only way to enforce any type of capitalistic system would be with the force of a government, and that is just factually not correct.
Regardless, the key thing is that what government does that violates capitalism is involuntary transactions, and what communism does is to the absolute extreme.
100%.
I think
so
I would argue that a lot of people do regulate themselves in a really relatively manner which they don't even involve the government. I mean, there's a lot of times when people get. I'm pretty sure, Ryan, every time you go to McDonald's and they don't give you your fucking French fries, you don't fucking call the police on that. I'm pretty sure you say, hey, maybe I'll avoid that McDonald's, or I'll go in and talk to the manager and say, hey, you guys forgot to get my French fries. There's some type of an ability as you as an individual. I mean, unless you are completely dependent on the nanny state to form all thoughts and all kinds of cognitive thoughts.
I mean, you can make up whatever things you think I feel about nanny states, and I'm not arguing that we should call the police on McDonald's if you don't get your fries. You can just walk in and say, "Hey, I didn't get my fries," and they'll give them to you. I'm not arguing that the government needs to be involved in everything, but the government will get involved in certain excesses when necessary. Like if someone's pouring toxic waste into a river, you want a government to prevent them. You want that to be illegal, right?
Let me interrupt for just a moment. Daniel would like to make his exit. Daniel.
Sarah, thank you for having me. This was a fun debate. I'm glad you chose this idea because I'm a casual of both. I love both Marvel and DC, so this is a fun topic for me. And I'm the token ranger here, but still, this was fun. And I love being here, Sarah. This was great. And if anyone wants to find me, you can look up Romano Productions. Look up my Power Ranger films I got coming. So just find me there. And thank you again for having me, Sarah.
Absolutely, Romano. You're always welcome, especially in your Power Ranger suit. We love it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Great stuff.
Enjoy your evening.
Thank you.
Take care, buddy.
Power Rangers are a little bit gay.
Well,
being a little bit gay,
that
right?
works out then, man.
But the
But
copyright-
I am curious, Ryan. What happens when you have the cases of the EPA and the government that actually does?
Hold on. Does
pollute
somebody
our
have a
rivers?
fan on or something going on in the background?
Some weird out.
Yeah, someone's got one.
A lot of
Someone's rubbing their microphone. I think it was. Was it John? Might have been John.
That shouldn't be me, but is it still?
I
Do you
can
still hear
rub
it?
my mic-
No, I don't know who it is. Anyways, it stopped. It's probably Asvarun because he's doing that look again.
No, that's because I'm using my phone, right? So that's why my face is very near the screen. It's because I'm using my phone.
You're always all up in your chair. What is that?
Sounded like Rocky.
Oh, it's a good job, guys.
Yeah.
Good job.
Rocky, what's going on with your
You're not
mic
talking
over
about
there? Are you making a bunch of
Ugh, oh. That's loud.
Yeah, it's Rocky.
going on with Yeah, it's hurting my ears.
Rocky, it's probably your helmet or something. Jesus, what the fuck?
Why you wearing a helmet?
Too much
inside the
uranium.
house?
Go fix your stuff, Rocky. We'll bring Duck up for now. Ooh, that was like blasting in my ears.
Yeah, that hurt my ears back.
So was I.
I think John was going to ask me something about the EPA. What's
Well,
up?
yeah. I mean, when the EPA and the government actually does pollute our own rivers, what do we do about that then, huh?
Well, I mean, you should probably make sure that we try to do something about it. Yeah. What are you suggesting we do about it?
Well, I'm just asking you. If the whole idea is you need to have an authority above an authority to be able to ensure that bad things don't happen, and you have an ultimate centralized authority that's doing the bad crap, then who do you go before after that? I mean, that's
Is
the
the
point.
EPA currently doing that?
That they have in my state. Yeah.
The U.S. Military dumps so much shit off of
Yeah, it does it
aircraft
all the
or
time.
carriers and stuff.
Just
like-
look up Colorado and the EPA spill in the Durango and not the Durango.
Well, I mean, you should
San Juan
get
River, yeah.
organized. You should get organized and find out what specific laws are being broken and get them challenged in court. That's
Yeah.
how we do things here.
Just so
I
you
think
know,
what they're trying to explain to you.
I'm
What
sorry,
they're
but
trying to
that's
explain to
how liberal democracy works. Like, if you don't like it, then fucking go somewhere else. But that's what we do here.
Yeah.
There's
What
also
they're-
there's a long history too of like using zoning laws and stuff to move chemical production and all this other stuff to like the poorest areas. Yeah, like we would give like Philippines or Indonesia, you guys can refine oil. Don't worry, it's the dirtiest and maybe it's like not the most profitable part of it, but like you guys can do it. Not to do like America
Paul.
last, but like
Paul. So what they're trying to explain to you, Ryan, is the problem is when you get a government that controls everything, then that government can be corrupted, and then things like Bhopal can happen because the government's like, this is a good deal for us, and then it's just too bad. So limited government's the only way, because when they have ultimate power and unlimited power by taking all of our money to fight back against us, we have no way to fight back against them versus them and a corporation that are aligned. So you have to keep them real tight, real narrow. Otherwise, tyranny.
So yeah, so speaking of that, what we want, at the very least, in our federal system is going to be some sort of relatively co-equal branches that can check and balance each other, right? And so if you consolidate a whole bunch of power into one of those branches, like the executive branch, for example, and then you have a court that rules against that executive branch and says, hey, the thing that you did is illegal, and then the executive
We get
branch
it, you don't
denies
like
doing
Trump.
that. And then it's not about Trump. It's about the fucking like this. The calling it TDS for talking about the Constitution being defied. It's so insane. Like you are
TDS. It's TDS for turning everything into a Trump-defied the Constitution.
This is stuff happening right now in our country.
We know about it. We don't want to talk about it constantly.
Get the fuck over it. I'm gonna talk about it because a lot of people deny it.
Well,
A
it's
lot of
going to
people
be hard to
deny
talk about it while I'm
knew.
talking about something else at the same time.
But you knew, Ryan. This is
You know what? I'm the one.
every president. Sorry.
I'm the one in the Shrek costume. All right, this is my fucking swamp.
I know,
It's
and you look ridiculous. You look
I look
pretty gay, doesn't he,
I-
Tim?
That's fine. I don't care about that.
I'm actually.
You look like a
like
furry.
I like what's happening.
I will. Angry Beaver's gonna go ahead and make their exit. Did you want to give a exit statement before you go?
Oh, chat, thanks for listening. It's been a blast here. Sarah, thanks for having me. I would stay longer, but I came directly from mine and Chris Lestrange's Nerd Zone stream onto here, so I'm a wee bit tired and I have stuff to do.
That's fair. That's fair.
Have a great one, Chase.
Yeah, have a great night, everybody.
So we'll follow up.
Absolutely. You too.
So anyway, the reason I brought all that up
So
is because
Trump is doing this thing, and I
hang
don't
on.
like it.
Well, okay, chill the fuck out. So the reason I brought it up,
no
is
chill,
because
no
I'm
chill,
sitting here
furry.
crying about
No chill,
federalism,
furry.
about the federal government having too much
No
power.
chill,
and I bring up an example, and I bring up an
furry.
example. See, like it's so cringe. You don't want to like.
It's so
cringe.
Let him get his plane up. Let him get his plane up. Let him get his plane up at least.
I bring up.
Let him get his
I
plane
bring
up.
out an example. I bring out an example of the government doing exactly the thing that you're complaining
And
about.
it's Trump
then you freak
derangement
out about it
syndrome.
like a
I don't
fucking
even like
stupid.
Trump, and I can see
Pathetic.
Trump derangement syndrome.
This message is sponsored in part by
Shout out to K2 to shut everybody up because my goodness, this was supposed to be about fun little DC
I know,
and
but you can't take
Marvel.
Ryan anywhere because he has Trump derangement syndrome, and everything turns into a Trump is bad conversation. Go ahead.
It's not about Trump. It's about this.
It's about- yes, it is. Go
branch.
ahead.
But I mean, it's obviously true that he's the one who's centralizing it to himself.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
that's-
so bad.
Let me please talk to Ryan for a second. Ryan,
Yeah, what's up?
I understand that you're young, but have you spent any time complaining about all of the violations that have happened since September of 2020 or 2001? And like, you know, the Five Eyes being able to spy on their citizens of the other countries, and like anything about any of that, or just Trump? I'm just wondering.
We can talk. I think all those things can be bad too. That would not change the fact that right now.
Okay,
we
but
have
if Trump's
people being
fighting against,
tried
hold on,
in a way
hold on.
that's
If Trump's
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Shout out
to Ryan for sure.
Shout
I
out
don't
to
like that
Kissy
one. That
Cat for the. Oh, you don't like that one?
No.
You don't
No,
like it?
dude,
Why don't,
I'm not.
why don't you like it?
Nobody asked if you
Kids,
liked it.
though.
Now we think.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
I had
James,
to
why
open
did you
my
feel
mouth.
the need to tell us you didn't like it when nobody
I had
asked
to open
you?
my mouth. I'm not gonna open my mouth no more.
You see,
Tomato, fierce
gives them the tingles.
juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
so those four studs made you want to open your mouth?
Keep talking shit about my sexy fireman, and you'll see what happens.
I'm not opening my mouth no more. I learned my lesson.
Say it again, James. Say it again.
Yes, that's Flo.
But either way, though, I got a question for Ryan, though. Once I can get straight.
Whoever just came in has a terrible echo.
Yeah, a terrible echo. But
It's not from me.
geez, hearing my
It's on
voice back.
Flo.
Hey, Punisher.
Flo,
It's horrible.
Chuck wants you to squash the twink.
Can we lose? Okay, the echo's gone. The echo's gone. I think I squashed the twink. Is there anything else left?
By saying TDS over and over and making no arguments. Yeah, that was great, dude. Real impressive.
Well,
I was
see,
gonna
the
make an
thing is,
argument.
and I know that you've been told this several times tonight. Ain't nobody trying to talk about fucking Trump constantly.
Homie was.
I don't think he knows anything about it.
I'm sorry for talking about a real governmental power. When
Oh
he's
my
talking
God,
about
it's real as happening. We know, motherfucker.
Oh my god!
We know.
Oh my gosh! Let me tell you
Well,
this.
I mean, like, I
Do
just
you
don't understand
hold
how
on?
it's-
Do you think that you're
how
going
is
to
it
change
not
it this
relevant?
stream if we just pay enough attention to it right now?
I don't.
No, you just have no self-control. You're deranged.
I think people should pay attention. I think a lot of people don't.
You
wanna
are
pay attention.
deranged. You can't stop paying attention. He's got you
derangement.
hypnotized.
You're talking.
No, the Democrats have
talking about the
hypnotized, not
concern.
Trump.
If you're going
The
to talk about the
Democrats.
concerns of
You're
increasingly
both hypnotized by Trump. James is hypnotized because he's a fanboy and he'd open his mouth for Trump probably. And Ryan is a hate rage fanboy. Both of them are hypnotized by Trump's majesty.
He's trying to turn you into a 51st state, you Canadian fuck.
Yeah, I want that. And listen, everything with Ryan's nothing a cock guy can't fix.
Hey, I want Canada to join us. Let's go. Let's get Canada.
Not against their will.
Actually, that would be against
No,
their will.
against whose will? Because I'm okay.
You know what?
I'm okay
I
with it.
will, shut the
Okay,
fuck
no
up.
politics. Nope.
I will expand the 5 minutes even further. And I'm going to
So
set
I-
a timer for 20 minutes because y'all know there's nothing I hate more than talking politics.
Can
So-
Ryan hold his
Okay.
breath that long?
I have a topic. I've got a fun
I was
topic.
gonna argue it.
Fun
Especially 'cause me-
topic. Let's go.
Yeah.
Thank you,
Alright,
Kissy
so-
Cat. I love you. You're my hero. Not all heroes wear capes except for tonight. And you, my lady, have the ultimate golden cape. All right. What's the fun topic, Doc? And I do have
Alright, so-
Orthodox Guy. Oh, wait. No, he just left. Never mind. I was going to say I have Orthodox Guy backstage, but
It hurts Ryan so bad.
go ahead, Doc.
All right, so I think the folks at home should know me and Oxcat are great friends. She paid $40 yesterday to get me some airtime, and so I want to know if we're talking about firemen and hot guys, beautiful women.
We weren't.
What makes Canadian men and women or American men and women people? What makes them beautiful? What makes them?
Are you trying to get some tips?
attractive, hot?
You're trying to get some tips.
For me, it's all about the penis.
Ham up and we'll do Queer Eye for a
Well, of
straight guy
course it
for
is,
you.
man.
Just one tip.
All right.
Just one tip. That was good. That was good.
Oh my gosh.
W for brick. How you doing, Ryan? We're checking in on you. Does it hurt? Is it pretty bad?
Not yet.
All right. You know it's happening right now.
What's happening right now?
A lot of stuff in the world. A lot of stuff is going on.
Ryan, fine to talk
Better not
about
talk
it.
about it.
No, I'm just
wall
talking
in his
about
head
you
is
being
crumbling.
silenced. They're silencing your voice. This is Ryan Erasure. This is Furry Erasure.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it is cringe that like it only becomes like people only really call it political whenever someone starts talking about things they disagree with. So
Right, yeah, because that's what it is. But the fact that you actually use the P word there when that's
Yeah.
someone
See,
would
it
consider
hurts.
that
Yeah.
someone would consider that to
What are you
be
gonna do about
the
it?
P word.
what are you gonna do about it? You're gonna tell Sarah she heard me?
Nothing. Just like
Now you said, Ryan, that you played the X-Men game, the original arcade. Do you remember when it was in arcade, or you might be too young for that? I don't know.
I mean, I'm 32.
when he says he
That
plays
was a good game.
it means
Because,
he used to identify as a man.
Because back in the day, when it was in the arcade, you would have like you could have 5 people playing at the same time, which was like one of the coolest things ever at arcades, because usually it was 2 people at a time, and so you could be 5 X-Men at the same time. So I don't know if did you play it like on a console? Because I know people have put them on like the little consoles where they have like all the computer games and stuff like that. But
Well, I've played
Emulator.
when I was sorry for the don't know.
no, you go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
We forgive you.
Lindsay says, Brick Jonesy, do your thing.
Whatever that is.
Whatever that means.
What's your
What is that?
thing?
Whatever
What's
you're
your,
singing.
what's your thing, Brick?
Brick and
I mean, there were a lot
They
of
were
Can
Lord of the
can you
Flies.
do
They
it?
weren't.
Can you do a
Um,
trick or something, Brick?
Oh yeah, is there?
You should see what he can do with those ping pong balls.
I think he's doing his thing. Look at him.
That's
Um,
it. That's it.
Is that thing he does on GS
What, you do a
channel?
stupid little bow like you're Obama.
Yeah. So there were arcade
all
machines
kung fu.
in the '90s when I was growing up. Like I don't know, like I probably a lot more than there are now. And I played some of the.
Whose
some of the
fault is it that there are not very many arcades anymore?
I'm not. Whose fault? I'm just saying I played the games. Like I don't know what do you mean by that. Whose fault?
I don't know. I grew up in the '90s too, like an earlier part of it. But I remember arcades and they were a great time, right?
Yeah, they were.
There's not any anymore. I wonder if we're not
laser tag
manufacturing enough of them.
They don't make them anymore, and the reason a lot of that actually is a result of games like Mortal Kombat, where a lot of arcades didn't want to have those type of games in their in their facilities because of the fact that a lot of parents' brains would melt every time they saw the graphics on that. And then eventually the company Midway that had done Mortal Kombat, they were one of the first companies to like start going into the consoles. And so like when Sega Genesis came out, a lot of those games like Mortal Kombat went to there. And so they realized, the video game makers realized that they could make more money making a game and using the consoles than they would.
Yeah, I think like Donkey Kong.
I'm sorry. Why? Shut up. Why am I gonna spank Flo?
Because for fun, recreation.
What did you do? Were you being bad?
No.
Subtly.
Yeah, I mean,
but
maybe.
What did I miss?
I don't know. I like it though.
He was asking.
10th man can't watch.
But it's not.
Thank you. I'm the Cloud King. Stop it.
Shut up, Ryan. I couldn't hear you.
It's not big. I mean, the question was in potentially inspiring political discourse is the issue that they're.
Watch out for the P word. There it is again.
There he is. He can't help it.
You still got 15 minutes. But
Look
yes,
how-
I
look at his
will.
face.
I know, he's like it's sitting on his.
This man is aging. You can watch him age by the second.
I was explaining why they were mad at you. I guess nothing to do with
I actually don't entirely agree with that, John. So yes, the consoles did have a part in it, but it was primarily computers that drove away the arcade.
A lot of it, yeah. Yeah, well, a lot of computer gaming did too. Yeah, true. Yeah.
Yeah, because before consoles even really existed, you could get Street Fighter for your PC.
Yeah, you could. Yep. But I know that a big part of a lot of that stuff too was a lot of it was arcade. Like how much money it would take for video game makers to make off of arcade games is insane because how much rent, like the arcades facilities would do. But man, I could tell you what, growing up though, going on a Saturday morning to Aladdin's castle, there was nothing like it. There's nothing.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah.
That's how you would spend your Saturday morning.
Oh yeah, you go to the mall, and then there was like the movie theater. You go to the movie theater next door, and yeah.
Oh yeah,
And then sneak into a second movie.
You play in the arcade like for a little while and everything.
James, you don't remember that shit. You're not old
do
enough.
remember arcade.
Yeah,
Me
doing
and
like
my
the
dad went
skee
to
ball,
arcade.
man. You ever played skee ball, Sarah? I love skee ball.
Those arcade.
Now you want to fucking play some skee ball? I'll
Hey, those
play some
arcade
skee ball with you.
There you go. There you go.
Yes,
Yeah.
my kids hate me.
When you play-
Hate me when I play skee ball
Oh my God, I bet you're a
air
nightmare to
hockey.
Never let them win.
Air hockey, man. I'll tell you what. I fucking
you ever heard of a
wreck
mall?
your ass.
Oh, I would love to play air hockey with Sarah.
Have you ever
One
heard of a
these
mall
days.
flow?
It's not a euphemism. She's actually talking about air hockey. Whoever said that.
We have a bar nearby that has it as well here, and
Yeah.
one of my favorite things to do, especially on a date, is like, oh, let's go. There's such and such. They've got a air hockey table. You want to go do that? And they're like, yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah.
And then I like wreck them, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Did I
My
do that?
favorite thing to do is emasculate guys on dates.
What's funny, Sarah, is that
See how they react. Yeah, that's
Well,
smart.
I do it in a dress, and that's the best thing. Like I'm all cute. I'm wearing heels, and I'm like wrecking him on a fucking air hockey.
This is why we need to take away your right to vote.
But it's funny, Sarah, because my wife and I, there's like a rec kind of place like that does that kind of stuff, like go-karts and all that, and mini golf and all that. And we would go there, and she loves playing skee ball, and of course, people think I'm joking when because my wife is blind and she beats me at skee ball every time.
That's probably why, because she's not even trying.
She just
That's crazy. You're bad.
Yeah, I
That's
am bad at
wild.
Yeah.
Slow.
He's not saying he's good.
And then mini golf, she got a hole in one. I don't know how the hell that happened. I don't know how.
Well,
the hell
yeah,
that
if she's blind, I'm surprised she didn't like
I'm-
knock you with the putter.
I don't know. I think she like Daredevil. You know how Daredevil could use like echoes. She's like.
That's not the movie, John.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
make it back to related to the theme here, you guys.
Here we go. Back to the theme. She used the force.
She used the force, yeah.
Yeah,
She
I
used
don't know
the
about
tariff.
anybody else, but I am incredibly competitive, especially for like stuff like that. well, actually, I'm competitive in everything. I compete on a daily basis with myself. So, yeah, it works. But I won't walk away without winning.
Yeah.
I feel you. I get intense with air hockey. Like I take that game very seriously. I hear you. Like it means a lot to me.
Yeah.
It does.
We had a rec center growing up, and we had it was it's called, I think, a bumper ball. It's like pool, but it's got bumpers in the middle.
Yep.
And I would sit there and play that all day. Like we had a line, so once you lost, like the next person, winner play next, whatever. That's all I would do all the time. It's like that, or the air hockey table, or we played dodgeball, kickball, all this. Man, I'll tell you what, like my competitive streak probably started there.
Yeah.
And I remember growing up, there was a skating place that had like a little arcade in it too. Growing up, we'd go to. We'd have birthday parties over there a lot for my cousins.
Sweet story, James.
Our Skateland, we had a place called Skateland. And I remember one time I went to this was the only time I ever used a fake ID. Was my restaurant coworkers were hosting.
He used a fake ID to go roller skating.
They like bought the place out for an 18+ party. So, and I was like a 17-year-old busser at the time. So like one of the other waitresses, she was the cool one that helped us get into trouble. Bought me like an ID that looked nothing like me, and I just like put my finger over the picture, and they didn't care. But
no one ever gets to complain about my stores again.
Yeah, I agree with Robert here. He says, "What a lame thing to have to use a fake ID for."
Yeah, you could. There's a lot more opportunities with those.
Oh. All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Osron.
Yeah, I need to leave now. I have to go to work. But thank you for having me on your show. And I just regret the fact that the person who dressed himself up as Batman, I couldn't talk to him more about DC. Like, I like Marvel and DC, but
as Varun, I'm going to drop a link to his channel.
Okay.
Yeah, DC.
Thank you. Yeah.
See you, Varun.
His channel's also linked in the title of the show if you need to go there. It's FTFE. But bye, Osron. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
That was like the elite nerdiness right there.
Yes. He's actually going to go.
Serious he takes it. He's like, no, you don't understand.
He got all close to the camera. He was like, I really got to nail the DC point. I don't blame him though. Those guys, you probably talked about it. They put so much time and effort into like artists, which studios they choose to sort of produce stuff.
You're doing it.
Business.
It's like the alpha nerd left, and now Duck is filling the role.
I got this guy.
There was a power void, and Duck filled in. Ryan had to calm down. He's in so much pain because it's happening right now.
Yeah.
You guys got 7 more minutes left, and then you can go to politics.
Had to pee, damn.
He's like, I gotta say it. I just gotta say his name. Just gotta say his name. Just go. No.
I don't have to say his name. I don't even know if I said his name when I was going on that spiel. Everyone just knew who I was talking about.
Did you say his name when you went to go pee?
Are you talking about it again?
Not any more than the people who brought it up right before me are.
Oh.
I think we should just sit here in silence for the next 7 minutes.
I have such a good topic though about beauty and
shut up, Doc. Chuck says, I think Brick and his cousin Duck need a break. So Brick and Duck, you got 5 minutes backstage.
Oh, they do look like they could be cousins, don't they?
I think I'm.
Hey, I hear some kind of knocking or something.
That sounds.
It's like a woodpecker.
Kind of weird, but I think
probably the cops at your door.
Duck might have grew up somewhere near.
No,
me.
it's on the.
Somewhat Skateland.
It's on the street. Woodpecker.
I don't hear it. Does anybody else hear it?
What's that fan? Is that like a fan or something? Like
I do hear it. Yeah.
I think it's Ryan's fan.
I didn't notice it at first, but now I hear it. I mean, look at Ryan's shadow. It's Ryan's fan he's hearing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the
Gone.
music Sarah's playing.
Oh, maybe it's.
Oh, now there's
It did
I
sound
was-
like a fan.
I was making an attempt to gaslight Rocky, but none of you guys like,
gaslit
picked up
all of
on
us.
it.
You guess, yeah.
You're all retarded.
I kind of knew it
Yeah,
was
but
happening.
you
I
still
just
suck at
explained it
skee-ball.
but
Religion and politics.
Shut up. You got 5 more minutes before we
Based.
talk that. And William says that James needs a break too. Enjoy your 5 minutes. You'll all come up when the politics discussion can continue. Man,
Until
what do we-
then, we have to be silent about it while things happen.
it's okay.
We take
There's
a
plenty
moment of
stuff to talk
silence. We
about.
take a moment of silence now. To all
So I
those-
was asking. I mean, has anyone seen the movie Baby Driver? This came out during the debate, but
Yeah.
it's my favorite movie. Such a good film, right?
Never seen
It's
it.
a decent movie. I thought it was pretty
Sounds
good.
dumb.
Absolute banger.
What
Just
is
check it
it?
out. You'd be
It's
surprised.
got
Baby
Ryan
Driver.
Gosling in it. And...
It's not Ryan
Hate him.
Gosling. It's Ansel Elgort.
Even worse.
Oh,
you
is
might
it-
be thinking
is
of
it?
Driver.
Oh,
I think
Driver. That
is-
movie was good. Yeah, Baby Driver.
Baby Driver is Ansel Elgort and oh man, I think it was like one of the last movies Kevin Spacey did before he got canceled.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
but
I remember that movie,
It's
yeah.
directed by Edgar Wright, the guy who did Scott Pilgrim,
Yeah.
and who did a lot of Ant-Man before the director changed on that. So I'm honestly, it's a really good heist movie. Highly recommend. And Lily James, oh my god, girl, whew, she is fantastic in that movie.
Yeah, it was an okay movie. I don't know how I feel though about James Leto or Jared Leto being in the new Tron movie. I just
I didn't know who he was.
You don't know who
Jared Leto?
No, I
You don't
didn't
know who Jared
I knew
Leto
that he
is?
did. No, I know who he is. I didn't know that he was in the new Tron movie.
Yeah, he's in the new Tron movie. I think he's.
I gave him high five once at a concert.
Did you really? Were you part of his cult? Whatever they call it.
No, I just had good seats for the Incubus show that his band was opening for.
Oh, got you. Incubus. That would have been a great show to see live.
Tron, is that from? That's
That's the one where in the original one was done back in the early '80s, where he gets sucked into the video game, right? And there's Jeff Bridges in it, and then the second one, the sequel, Tron Legacy, that's actually one of the best sequels ever.
They ride the motorcycles on the lasers around inside the computer program.
Yeah.
It's blue and
Tron.
different colors, and they have the frisbees that light up, and that's how they fight. Remember?
Yep.
Yeah.
I love
Made a
Tron.
great
I
world
love
in Kingdom Hearts 2. Real
It's
banger
like
world.
it's like a matrix, getting stuck in the matrix.
Yeah, it has like a grid kind of thing.
What is the worst series of movies? Like the first one was amazing and you're like, fuck yeah, and then number 2 comes out and you're like, that was
Boondock
terrible.
Saints.
The Hobbit trilogy.
Boondock Saints.
Really?
Blue Gone, yeah. Oh my god, that was rough. As soon as they changed it from There and Back Again, as soon as they changed the title, I was like, oh, this is gonna suck. And
Yeah.
it continued to prove me right.
And then Legolas
Stop
during
it. Those movies were epic.
the Legolas during the barrel ride thing, I was like, he's not even in the book. What the hell are you doing? Like, I couldn't handle it. But so the first half of the first Hobbit movie is not really bad. It's pretty good. But then the second one got worse, and then the third one, you're like, what? It's more grandiose.
The third movie was originally going to be called There and Back Again, which is super poetic. But then it's like, oh, we got to make it a 2-parter, Battle of the 5 Armies. It's like, okay, all right, dude. Let's not.
What
maybe.
about hold on, what about Fast and Furious?
Yeah, I
didn't even know they made like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like, I saw the first one, then I remember the second one, I think, and then there was like Tokyo Drift or whatever, and then I don't remember anything else after that.
That's the third one. That's actually the last. That's the last good one, I think, of the
Right.
series.
And then everything after that, I was
After
like,
that, it just
no.
went. Yeah.
Even Tokyo Drift was a little like
Weird.
okay,
It was a
we're
little
getting-
different. It was a little different. Yeah.
I quit watching Star Wars after the second trilogy.
Yeah. I
like
stopped.
I like
once
that
they started-
movie.
They got like too new on Star Wars, and it was just kind of, I don't know, everything about it just it just got gay. Like the script or maybe the actors, I don't know which one, but either the script sucked or the actors sucked at the script because it was just too corny.
Yeah.
And I didn't watch any, like, I watched the first of any superhero movie, like Iron Man, and then I don't think I watched any Avengers. Like, Marvel's played out.
Yeah, it has played out. Yeah.
Really? I
think
could
we're in a
sit.
renaissance.
I'll go on like a Marvel kick and I'll watch them all in chronological order.
Love that.
And like and it always get and I have to go back to the online and I'm like, okay, wait, where's the
You're a
which one do
man.
I have to watch next or whatever. But yeah, I could totally sit and do like a Marvel like a whole Marvel run it as long as I can and all of that fun stuff.
I will say the opposite thing happened with the Mission Impossible movies, because like after like the third Mission Impossible, I was like, I'm done with the series. Like it went really bad. And then like 4, 5, and 6 they just got better and better and better. And I was like, I'm pretty impressed with how good they got with the Mission Impossible movies.
Have you ever seen Speed 2?
Yeah,
Speed 2? Speed 2 was a terrible movie.
Was that
exactly?
I don't even want to call it a movie. I don't even know what to call it.
What was
How
that
about Jaws
movie about the surfers that dressed up as presidents and robbed banks?
Oh yeah, Point Blank. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that movie.
How about worst remakes? When they remake an older movie or like all of the Batmans, there's like 20 different Batmans out of there.
Yeah.
The Mortal Kombat movies from the 90s were terrible.
But they have a special place in my heart.
They do have a special. I actually bought the DVDs, but but I recognize how terrible they are.
Yeah. I will say the Murder on the Oriental Express. I thought that was a terrible remake. I thought
King Arthur.
it was terrible. It wasn't as good as the original.
Total Recall was absolutely horrible as a remake.
Total Recall was a terrible. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Total
100%.
Recall.
Yeah.
Any Disney movie remake is terrible. Like the Lion King when they did that, all they
the
did
live action stuff. Yeah.
all they did with Lion King from the original was just added CGI. It was exactly the same movie, just more heavily animated. And I was like, I thought I was watching a new movie. It's exactly.
I mean, they have such a high budget for those two.
And it was the same
get
exact
best
script.
musical
It was the
composers.
same exact
Yeah.
music. It was the same exact everything. All they did was change the visual of it to make it fancier. All of the Snow Whites across the board all suck. Every single one
Was
of
the
them.
new one bad? I didn't
The
watch
new
it.
one's
but
really
read
bad.
that.
I don't even want to watch
So
it.
good.
I don't even want to watch it because there's been so many of them made
Yeah.
that like the Huntsman and all of that. Like, they're all suck.
Who doesn't love a story about a dude who makes out with his dead chick?
I think it's actually I think it's actually fitting that Snow White is the movie that made Disney, and Snow White is the movie that is going to be probably the movie that really does kill Disney movies. I mean,
I like all the back to
Did
the
not do
Future
that bad.
series.
I had to
It
run
is
all the
that
way
bad.
upstairs to come address Sarah.
That's cartoon.
So, Sarah, that's not true. That's not true about Lion King. Beyonce.
Childish Gambino.
Yeah, but it was all the same script and everything.
Yeah.
Like
But
they
Beyonce.
didn't change anything. I don't give a
What
fuck.
do you think about Back to the
And you know all the
Future?
movies that I would have,
88 miles an hour.
all the
I
Disney
said
movies
that
I
once,
would have
no
wanted to
doubt.
be remade, never get remade. Like Disney did, especially when Jeffrey Katzenberger took over Disney Animation. They did Black Cauldron so dirty, it was so bad. I mean, I would love to be able to see them redo that one and actually make it as good as it is. But I don't have any hope for it because, especially with fantasy series like Prime on the Wheel of Time. Oh my gosh, I've never seen, and I thought like the Lord of the Rings series that they did was terrible, but the Wheel of Time, they bastardized that to such a degree that it sickens the hell out of me.
I love
Golden
Lord of
Compass
the
was another
Rings.
one. I'm like more recently, I've been a militant atheist because of on account of society. But Golden Compass, it was like Daniel Craig. They had a great cast.
Yeah. That's like the
but I
atheist.
didn't
That's
have
like
a
the
release
atheist
date.
Chronicles of Narnia. You know that, Duff, right?
Just one more thing before I go back downstairs.
It encourages like critical thinking of for young kids.
No,
What
but
about the worst-
that's what Kaufman said. Is he wanted to make a atheist version of Narnia? Is what he said.
Before I go back downstairs, worst remake ever was there's a series of books called the Sword of Truth series by Terry Goodkind.
Yes,
and they tried to make a TV show.
Oh, that show was
worst
terrible.
show
Oh,
ever
terrible.
in history. Worst ever.
Terrible. Yeah.
About the best
Um,
ones, the best remakes.
And I'll even say because you were mentioning Lord of the Rings, John, I
Uh-huh.
could sit and do an entire weekend watching start to finish from Hobbit all the way up to.
I could do Lord of the Rings. I love Lord of the Rings
Yeah.
as a movie. I mean,
I
the
could,
movies are
I
great.
could watch all of them. I could watch every single one of them. Do just spend a whole weekend watching them and
But,
just sitting there.
I mean,
and
I'm a
doing it.
huge Tolkien fan. That's the reason why I don't like what they
Lord
did
of
with the
the
Hobbit. What they did with the
Mhm.
Hobbit was so terrible. I mean, I'm such a huge Lord of the Rings fan. My cat is literally named Strider. I mean, like that's his name. So,
Strider.
You like the Amazon show? I haven't watched it at all.
So
The Rings of Power or whatever.
yeah, I saw like one episode of it, and I was like,
Yeah, I watched the first, I think 3, and I mean, it was okay, but it just wasn't holding me. I kept falling asleep.
I really like the new Lord of the Rings stuff. My cat that's on my 10th Man channel her name's Galadriel Snicklefritz.
oh, nice, nice.
It's my ring.
Yeah.
Your other cat has the best name, though. I think I've ever heard of a cat.
What's cat?
Cat.
The copper ring.
Yes, my youngest kitten. She's a solid black kitten.
Uh-huh.
Her name is Genocide Lucifer.
Oh my gosh, that's creative. I'll give you that for sure.
Terrible.
Genocide is a cool ass cat name.
What would you
On
consider
Jennifer.
to be the best series of movies where there's prequels, sequels?
I actually do think one of the best of the relatively new movies that came out for series of movies was the Planet of the Apes movies that they redid. That was like the Rise of the Planet of the Apes,
That's the series.
Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, and War of the Planet of the Apes. Those were great movies. I mean,
You blew it up, you
Yeah.
damn dirty apes.
But
the original
based on what they because they took what was in the originals and they made it transformative, which is always good. But the story plot, the idea of making the apes and the story of Caesar like that of the Exodus, I thought was brilliant. I thought it was brilliant. So
I like Mad Max.
Scott
I like
Adkins,
Mad Max.
Scott Adkins has a series called Ninja.
Yeah, Mad Max is
That one's pretty cool. John, you might like that one too.
What's it called?
Mad Max, man.
Ninja. But Scott Adkins, he's like the dumb British, like dumb. I'm not saying British people are dumb. I'm saying like action movies.
Oh, gotcha.
Like
Okay, yeah.
He does those kinds of dumb action movies.
Gotcha. I get you. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I really like
Yeah.
Shrek 2, Shrek the Third.
I wonder what gave that away.
Those are great.
I
films,
remember
think
when the
they-
first Shrek
they
movie
even
came
have
out in theaters.
Shrek 4D, the Universal Studios ride. I've been on that tons of times. Love that ride.
I
used to have
fell
the
off.
DVD as
I
well.
fell off Shrek after number 3. Like even number 3, I was just kind of like,
That's cringe. Number 3.
They used to have a series called Kung Fu.
Dun, 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 dun.
I have a short.
Are you
where I
talking about
made
the
it
old
with
David Carradine? Was that David Carradine?
What?
Chuck Norris movies too.
Oh, Chuck Norris. Oh.
Yeah.
Chuck Norris, and then they had that Chinese man that was
Bruce Lee.
Kung Fu.
Bruce Lee.
No. He's
That's the John Carradine who's Kung Fu.
John Carradine.
Yeah, that was the Kung Fu stuff. Yeah.
I don't know if it's the best, but it's definitely up there because, like, I'm glad you brought this one up. Pitch Black, Chronicles of Riddick.
They're not bad. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah. I thought they
Absolutely
were pretty
amazing.
Yeah, that shit is good.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot better than Fast and Furious.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. That's an easy win.
Transformers? Anyone?
No.
No.
Even after I watched the first one, I was like, all right. And then the
like the
second one, I was like, nope, I'm out.
Yeah, it's too realistic. Transformers and Decepticons.
Autobots roll.
Any Chris Nolan fans? Inception, Tenet.
Dark Knight, yeah.
Dark Knight.
I remember seeing that in IMAX, and I went to Denver when that happened, and I was in Denver when that shooting happened at that theater. I was at a different theater, but I remember that was kind of intense.
Too bad.
Oh, my friend
almost got
Alex
him.
Teves. My friend Alex Teves died in that shooting, the Aurora one.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, he was one of the. It's crazy. I haven't talked about that in a while, but he was getting a master's in psychology, and so he went to see the premiere because he was sort of a nerd. But yeah.
Hopefully,
What was
he
that
didn't kill
movie
his nerd
called?
spirit over all this.
With
Hopefully, he's just fine. And
Schwarzenegger was like a robot or something. What was that called?
Terminator.
Terminator series.
Terminator.
Yeah, Terminator 2 was great. Terminator 2 was
Yeah,
great.
they're gonna have Terminators coming out pretty soon. You better get ready.
Yeah.
do you feel
K2
about
keep
the
on
later
trucking with the big two says finally no Trump derangement syndrome. I wasn't gonna say anything. K2. I was just gonna let it ride.
But it's only TDS when you criticize him. It's not TDS when you praise everything he does.
Actually, it's a different syndrome, Ryan. But yeah.
Trump derangement syndrome. I don't even know how that came up. Because I always thought that it was this made-up thing that was just perpetuated by people that don't know anything. That was my
Well,
general
that's probably your liberal bias talking there, though, Duck. Right? So
no, I think it's the world. I think it's the world writ large. That's it. That's the general opinion.
The reality is that what we have is.
Uh-oh, froze up my.
Did he freeze?
John's been frozen.
John's down.
He's edging us.
All right, listen up, folks. I'm gonna give it about maybe 20 more minutes, and then we'll go ahead and I'm getting a little tired, and I had a long day, and I didn't get my afternoon nap. So we'll start shutting down here in about 20 minutes. And William Gramer with the $1 super chats across the board, just for me to tell you all, shut up. Thank you, William. Another third time's charm. Thank you. All right. So John's still lost, right?
Yeah, now he's dropped. But is it okay if I go back to politics for a little bit with Ryan on the part about the executives and all that branches
Before
getting
you do that, I just wanted to say too, because you mentioned like sequels and trilogies and going on, but I did want to say that as far as remakes go, the best one in my opinion is Treasure Planet.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing movie. I don't know if
Sounds
you've seen
like
it.
Peter Pan.
Remake, I would have to say
Is that,
Man
a,
on
Pe-
Fire.
is that a Peter Pan movie or something?
What's the plot line of that? Hey, give me 1 second. What's the plot line of that Treasure Island movie? Why do the people care about it?
Why did the people care about what?
Yeah, Treasure Island. You said it's an incredible movie.
Treasure Planet. A lot of hot chicks, a lot of sex.
It's Pinocchio. You come out as a donkey.
Right. Treasure Island was.
You go to Treasure Island. You get everything you want. Drink, have sex.
No, Rocky, that's Pleasure Island.
Yeah, Rocky definitely got something else going on.
It's Pinocchio, man.
Before we get on politics again, what was everyone's favorite Disney musical? Mine was Savages.
My
music number, I should say.
What is Savages?
Pocahontas song where the Indians in the
Savages.
They're barely even human. Savages.
Well, you said musical, so I was thinking like this was a musical. You mean song?
Yeah, I'm at music number. My bad.
Okay.
You really don't want me to answer that
Disneyland.
question, though.
Disneyland and the
That's the one I would
magic
answer.
fairy wand. Go to.
I do want the answer. I wouldn't have asked it, James.
Well, the one that's grown on me since I've heard it enough now, Frozen's kind of growing on me a little bit.
What?
Let it go.
Yeah, it's growing on me a little bit.
Let
I've
it
heard
go.
enough.
Look, my daughter is,
Oh, yeah,
is
that's a good
14. I can sing. I can recite that entire movie along with it word for word the whole way through.
Yeah, my daughter
growing me
watched
a little
it
bit.
again.
I have to admit.
There's sandwiches. That's what I was going
My
to
little
say. Nice
cousin
thing
loves
reindeers
that
are better than
movie,
people.
and it's growing on me.
Reindeers probably
are
taste
better
I
than
like
people.
Hakuna Matata.
Yeah.
What a
Yep, what a
wonderful
wonderful
phrase.
Means no
Hakuna
worries, fool.
Matata. Ain't no passing craze. Means no worries for the rest of your days.
Love it.
It's a
Was there
It's a
a
problem-free philosophy.
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 Have you guys seen the Lion King 1.5?
Hakuna Matata. The
Was
what?
there a volcano
Lion
involved?
King 1.5.
19.
It's a-
what?
Yes.
No,
Lion
no,
King
the
1.5.
Lion King 1.5.
Oh,
It's a
oh,
Timon and
oh.
Pumbaa
It's
story.
all about Timon and Pumbaa.
Lion
good.
King's really good
Yeah.
too.
You
Lion
remember
King's
the
a great movie.
you remember the propaganda?
That scar
uh,
scene is so dramatic in Lion King.
and
I remember seeing that as a kid, and I think I was like, because I was like a softie when I was a kid. I think I was like crying in the movie theater even a little bit. Yeah, that stuff is like I felt like that was like the appropriate level of like heaviness or levity like for a movie, you know.
Remember when
It's
the
just
hunter,
like most
the hunter
movies I
shot
Did
seen
Ryan-
as a kid. For me, it was the Night of the Living Dead, where the zombies like send more cops. That scared
Yeah.
me as a child.
Yeah, that was good. Did Ryan empathize with Scar?
What?
I remember the Disney movie Bambi, where they
From Lion King.
Yeah.
Mufasa's brother. Did you empathize with him?
poor
regards to
Bambi
what?
got shot by the hunter.
Yeah.
Hoo hoo hoo.
You guys must be talking about trauma from some childhood movies or something. Well, I'm sorry, my cat Sarah knocked out the internet. He wanted my attention for treats. And he
Little
knocked
asshole.
out the thing, and my internet crashed.
Poor
So
cat.
that's my cat for you.
William says, "Shut up, guy time."
Yeah.
I don't know if
it
you're
was
telling me to
tremendous.
stop
What can I
singing
say
or.
except you're welcome?
Oh,
The
yeah.
sun, the moon,
but yeah.
the sky.
But
I'm
you
sailing
know,
away,
Come on.
away.
Get into the
You're
politics.
welcome.
That
though,
one
of the
is
matter.
so
Just an ordinary
catchy.
demigod.
Get
That
into
was-
the
that is the
politics
best
of the
modern-
matter, though.
That-
I want to get
that's
to the
the
politics.
best modern Disney sing.
but you know, for trauma movies,
My
not-
favorite musical is the one where they go penis to vagina, vagina to penis. That one.
In you,
I want to get to the politics of the matter, though. I want to talk to Ryan.
James, no one wants to talk about politics, Bubba.
I do. Me and Ryan do.
So trauma.
Let me say, I'm not
Your
gonna
favorite.
go into politics right this second, but I will say, like, I'm gonna keep streaming after Sarah's done tonight. So if you want to come argue with me about
Yeah,
politics,
there
I
you
will
go,
be
James. There you go.
Okay.
You remember when
Well,
Peter
can I
Pan
get on a panel,
kidnapped
though,
them
talk to you?
children?
That'd be better.
Yeah, you remember the Disney movie
Oh,
Peter
we didn't
Pan,
watch that one.
where Peter Pan
We
kidnapped
didn't
them
watch that
children
one.
Yeah, yeah.
when their parents were gone?
Ooh, the bare necessities.
Peter
Yes,
Pan.
that was really, really creepy. I didn't like.
You know, for
Your worries and your strife.
You know, for trauma for
Amen.
movies, I don't think any movie as a kid made more of a traumatic scene than Neverending Story when the horse drowns in the swamp. That movie, like my generation, that was huge.
What about Watership Down, where the rabbits eat each
Oh,
other?
I always
alive?
had to worry about Peter Pan coming around kidnapping me and shit.
Watership
In the
Down was
world,
pretty traumatic too, as well. Orthodox. guy.
Now you definitely had a.
It's not even that. It's not even that scene traumatized me as a child. I always found the concept of zombies horrifying.
Yeah.
But the fact that the zombie is now an ambush predator saying send more cops, I'm like, nah, brother, nah. We're done. Nah, we're good.
Artax, why? Yeah, I know.
That's part of what made like Walking Dead so fascinating was that like you have oh Rick, I've been taking care of Lori. You got what's his face, whatever his name is. But you got these two cops who are trained in like
Sean, you're
like,
talking about Sean, right? Or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but then they're suddenly facing this army of the undead. That's not really an army, right? Like they
Name
don't
was
really
Shane.
have like a bad guy, quote unquote, anymore.
It was
That's
that
why I
Will
love the
Smith
zombie
movie.
movies.
Had
They're
all
so
them
The philosophy of
robots.
things like Walking Dead is to
iBot.
face the
robot,
monstrosity of
Rocky,
humanity
iRobot.
on multiple levels.
Yeah.
I like
Savage.
Z Nation.
First off,
Z Nation is
explored
good. Z-Nation
the virus, right? So the
Z
virus
Nation was good.
Yeah, it was just the virus of the zombie at first, but then it like went out from that to be more. It actually mutated, and then
Yeah, it was good.
Favorite
Is this
zombie
one? Is
was
this
Z
Resident
Nation.
Evil? This is Resident Evil.
No, this is
No,
Z
that
Nation.
was-
What's your
Z-Nation.
favorite Z
Oh,
Nation?
that's
Very-
Before we
Yeah.
move on from Walking Dead, see, everybody got to realize that the Walking Dead were the people, not the zombies.
Yeah.
The guy's name was Shane, and if Shane had
Shane, yeah,
just
that's right,
killed,
yeah.
if he hadn't killed, I would have just killed Rick as
Yeah.
soon as he messed around, because you don't come in and take over my group thinking you're cool. Because if Shane had been alive, they would have all survived. Rick was terrible.
Yeah.
He was. Rick was very terrible. But the thing is, Rick was trying to maintain his humanity. In well, James might get his wish for politics. Rick was trying to maintain his humanity and our current values as far as governance and humanity.
wasn't he like a?
Well, he
deputy?
let that go a long time ago because as soon as Dale dies, the humanity with that group dies. That's why Dale is the most traumatic death of that entire series.
Well, the thing is, they even still tried to maintain a lot of that. It explores trying to be. To me, it harkens back to meditations, right? You always want to be better than your enemy, but we see in The Walking Dead what that mentality gets you. It gets everyone around you and everyone you care
Killed.
about destroyed.
Yep.
It can.
No,
Yeah,
it does.
one example is though as well of sort of the political reality of The Walking Dead. If I were to debate this, I would tell you that Rick had a very pragmatic rule, and his rule that he created for this reason was we don't get sad about killing the zombies. We don't get and so outside of and I think even like looking at how Rick would have so Rick, when he would take in a straggler or like a stray person, he would ask them these 3 questions that were really important. They had to answer them a certain way. Like this was another very pragmatic or political sort of idea in the
Here's
story.
the thing: if I had to debate it, I would simply say Rick.
Yeah.
Depict Rick as the cuck and depict Sean as the Chad. All right, that's what I would do.
Shane. I'm sorry. I said Sean, and
The problem with it,
He got killed
the
by
problem with
Carl.
Rick and Shane is Shane was trying to protect the group, and Rick saw the group as there to protect him and his family, right? Like he saw them as a tool. Shane didn't see them as a tool. He loved those people.
Well, that's also the difference. That's also kind of the difference between nationalistic leaders and like globalist leaders, kind of.
Yep.
Oh no, let's not get into nationalism right now.
That doesn't make any sense. That's not a meaningful statement.
You're not a meaningful statement.
Got him, dude.
That's
I don't
not
know.
funny.
Didn't Shane kind of use them too in a way?
Yeah, Shane.
Yeah,
killed
of course
one
he
the-
did. Of course he
the
did.
guys-
No.
Well, human
No.
relationships are built on
For no reason.
mutually using each other.
He could have saved him.
No.
Yeah,
for
but
instance, he
you-
stayed back. No.
in a bad
when-
way and
When Rick was found in the town, Shane was not there. He sent a scouting group out because he was there to protect the group. Whereas Rick, on a regular basis, would go out to save people he didn't even know and leave his family in danger.
That's
Yeah.
kind of
He
how.
didn't-
That's kind of how Negan.
He's
was
an
able to
imbecile.
have-
What is it? What is a scouting group?
Scouting.
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 It's just a scooch. It's just a scooch. Just a scooch.
Okay, not the
It's a
whole
scooting
group.
party.
Just
they
It's
go
a scooting party.
punching
shot that
down
one
the
guy.
river to get some people, and then they come
They were
back.
coming
up
back
the
to the
river.
farm.
So Shane didn't actually have
but
children, right?
Rick is actually.
Yeah, no, actually,
pathological altruism.
the baby that Lori had was Shane's baby, not Rick's.
Well, it's actually left up to. We just don't know whose it is.
Everybody knows.
Yeah, he was in a coma for like what 8 months. Yeah, we fucking.
He fucked her like as soon as he got back.
I mean,
it is like kind of left up as a miss. But I mean, it's more likely he was Shane's. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But
Hey,
of
look,
course,
see, Rick is depicted as the cook.
I mean,
Shane
wait,
is
did
the
it say the exact
Well,
amount of
Shane's
time that Rick was in a coma?
also
I was saying the exact time that Rick was in a coma. And plus, even if it was 8 months, it takes 9 months for a baby to make.
You know, either way, after the third season, The Walking Dead became a complete shit show of a show.
Well, I thought
I
actually thought
it got really good around season.
I actually
8
thought
and
the seasons with Negan
Negan
were pretty good. Just because
I agree.
I liked the total opposition that there wasn't it didn't appear that there was ever going to be like a diplomatic process, which didn't, you know, it didn't have this thing where there was almost like a crescendo. It was this totally different thing, right? Like because with the governor, with the governor or something, you know, we knew that there might be like some really battle, because that was how the guy was. That was how he was, is there was going to be a life and death situation. With Negan, like, we just knew that things were going to keep sort of bumping into each other. I don't know if that makes sense, but
I understand. I understand what you're trying to say.
Tension was really well executed. I think like the back and
Well,
forth.
I wasn't really
between
trying
them
to say it.
was
I did say
fascinating
it.
to watch. Sure. I like The Walking Dead. I think the Negan's like redemption and everything like throughout over the years has been, or at least his humanity has been developed really well. I haven't watched like the latest. I started watching like some of the spin-offs, but I haven't like finished any of them. I don't think.
I feel like the original series tried to straddle the line too closely with tribalism versus pathological altruism.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like you have in the later seasons Daryl calling Rick brother.
Yeah.
But then like you look at all the things, like they tried to go save everybody. They always tried to have a diplomatic approach, which kept getting more and more people killed. And then eventually Daryl
what's pathological altruism? What's pathological altruism?
Look it up.
Yeah.
Google.
Like altruism to an idiocy.
Do you not know what pathological means?
Like trying
Well, I
it
think,
over and over again.
if somebody's asking an honest question and wants a definition of something, I think it's fair to say it, because not everybody is aware of the bigger terms. So I think it would be kind to offer a brief explanation.
It's, well, since the host wants me to, it's altruism to an extreme degree. I'm not a very kind person, but since the host demands, it's extremist altruism is all it is.
Well,
I've never heard extremist and altruism together. That is the most funny thing that I've ever heard.
Isn't there also a concept of like pragmatic altruism, where like, or like a self-centered altruism, where you recognize that like an altruistic attitude towards society at large is more likely to benefit you in a lot of ways.
Yeah, but if you're altruistic to the point that it's detrimental to you and your group, that's a problem. And in The Walking Dead, they were most definitely altruistic to the point that it got a lot of their numbers killed. I mean, look at the whole, every single time, that's what happened.
Right. But Orthodox guy, look at who we're talking to, right?
I know.
We're talking to a bunch of collectivists. They're not.
Well, I mean, I'm a collectivist. I'm just not retarded.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. There you go.
Only retarded people say they're not retarded.
Isn't Cato
That's fair. I guess I am retarded.
But
So I guess
Orthodox,
I'm
you're
not
posting.
retarded because I admit to being retarded.
There you go.
Yes, James. You go. You tell them.
Let's go ahead and start doing our final thoughts. I am getting very sleepy. Duck, why don't you go ahead and kick us off? And at your closing statement, I would like each of you to say whether DC or Marvel would win.
All right, so I will say DC first, just because it's a little bit darker. I loved being in the audience mostly tonight. I thought the costumes were awesome. Ryan, you look phenomenal. You sounded phenomenal. Sarah, I can see you went all out on the hat, and so I loved watching you moderate. And yeah, I love talking to everyone. Thanks for having me up, and I look forward to hopefully being back sometime in the near future.
Thank you, Doc. James, to you.
Thank you for letting me up, Sarah, as always. Yeah, DC is my pick because guess what? Batman kicked Superman's butt. So, yeah. And then y'all have a great one on panel, everybody. In the chat, have a great one. Y'all take care. Have a blessed one.
Good night, James.
Good
Take
night.
that, Marvel.
Orthodox guy, to you.
I have to be that guy. Dark Horse would win, but ultimately, since it's to be on the question, DC. Thank you for having me. Y'all have a wonderful night.
You as well. Dragon Rage, to you.
Thanks for letting me up, and I'm just gonna kind of go opposed to the last three. I'm just gonna say, besides the Dark Horse comment, Marvel in the situation. So I appreciate being able to come up here and be a part of it. So
Awesome. Is James still watching? I hope he's still watching.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves, fire ahead.
This message is sponsored in part by.
And lesson to you, James, don't you ever question my firemen. I don't play them often, but when I do, it's because I fucking want to see sexy men because I'm tired of hearing all the whiny, bitchy men on panel whining and crying at each other. Brick, to you.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for having me up. I was actually sent here by Superman. I am Superman's pet werewolf. I am Brick Jonesy. My channel is Clay Foundations. I hold the government accountable. And the reason he sent me here was to tell you guys, you people who want to divide, that is not the way. Unification is the way. There is no better. There is no worse. DC and Marvel are both part of American culture, and enjoy.
Thank you. Dragon, did I already have you go?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. My brain just fried. Rock E, to you.
I never got into the comics that much, but I like G.I. Joe, I guess. Whoever that guy is. Anyway, my superhero, we all know, is Jesus. So, good night.
Jesus. John, to you.
Thanks for having me up, Sarah. Obviously, I'll always say DC because almost before anything else Marvel did, there was DC, and I can count how many times Marvel ripped off a DC character, and even to the point of even ripping off their names, which they did. So, but anyways, I appreciated it. John Mosman is my name. That's the name of the channel. And if you guys like talking about things like deeper issues like myths and religion and some of the deeper issues and some of the lore of stuff, come see me and check me out. So
Thanks you.
Thanks for having me, Sarah. Have a good day. Have a good night.
Absolutely. You too.
Take care, John.
Ryan.
Look, DC has gods, Marvel has people. And people, we adapt, we organize, we smash. Whether it's the X-Men marching for civil rights or Spider-Man juggling grief and rent, Marvel tells our stories, and that's why they win the crossover war and the culture war. I've been Radical Coder, aka the Hulk, the Incredible Hulk, and I'm not done smashing. I'm going to be streaming into the night, so if you want more chaos, you want to learn to code, or you want to argue with me about whatever political bullshit and other cultural commentary, come hang out. I'm going to be doing this for a bit, so come hang out.
Thank you, Ryan. And this was such a fun little get together of nerd talk and on a fun day. And I've been wanting to do. I really wanted to do a Star Wars debate today, but this one I already knew that Craig wanted to do a DC versus Marvel debate as a fun one. So I already knew I kind of already had that one in the bag, and I just had to find one other person. So I thought that one's kind of already set up. Why not nerd out and bring all the nerds together at once?
It was a blast. It's cool being able to show my range. Like I do like talking about politics, but it's not all I care about.
Right. and I think it was a really great refresher for everyone. I mean, obviously the numbers were significantly lower this evening, so I know it's definitely a niche piece, but I'll take that because it felt good to do this stream and it was funny and it was, we dressed up and did all that and it was just way more exciting to do. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is an open panel roulette topic moderator Monday. So the topics, you guys all dropped them in the Discord and on the comment post of the topics you wanted to see done tomorrow night. So we will open the panel up immediately first thing tomorrow evening, and we'll play around with that and have some fun. And then be sure to check out all of the other streams that have already been set up. And
Sarah,
then,
can I invite anyone who's in chat if you want to join the Discord? It's awesome. We've been doing some debate prep back and forth and stuff as well. So if anyone's been thinking about hopping on a panel or just being informed for a chat, informed quote, feel free to stop by the Discord. There's a handful of us that kind of check messages a couple times a day and stuff. Just like normal Discord members.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, there's conversations that flow often. I know because my phone goes meep, meep, meep all day. And so don't forget to check out all of the upcoming streams, and there's more to be added as well. Yeah, I think fuck off.
Where are we? What system is this?
You're all here for one purpose: to decide once and for all which of you is the ultimate hero. The battle begins now.
Rorschach's journal appear to have been abducted by alien species to battle fellow costume heroes on their home world.
I refuse to fight for the entertainment of an alien species. Would not be the first time. I'm sorry, Jim.
Spark! Does anyone else agree to die?
I don't want to die. I want to live.
The unexpected. Adamantium cuts vibranium.
Damn it! I failed fictional chemistry.
Stay.
Oh, you're so lucky you don't have a brother. Tell me about it. I'm an orphan and a widow. Christmas at my place.
Sup? We're the real Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh no, wait! I'm not an alien, I'm human! I want this helmet to come off!
Just my luck. The wrong planet at the wrong time.
So satisfying.
This belongs in a museum. That's why I shoot first. Time to die, replicant. How dare you, sir? Get off my playing field.
I'm coming, Scarlet. Just give me 12 days to get there.
I hate bugs.
Puny human. Autobots, roll out.
So, it's down to us then. Please.
Dude, I'm blind.
Beam me up real slow, Scotty. What the hell was this all about?
A hero is only as good as the villain.
¿Qué pasa?
Arise, warrior. The battle is about to begin.
Who's your daddy?